Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Pride with the tradition that we have, which is to clack the fans. Now, the fans, they got a little smaller this year, but that doesn't
Not
mean...
the only thing that got smaller.
Oh, boy.
Oh, so it's going to be that kind of parade.
What does that
But
mean?
it
Because
doesn't
I have a boner.
I don't even know.
The opposite of that.
Seth's saying I got a boner, and it was smaller before this broadcast, and this broadcast has made it bigger. So I don't know about your all's fans, but my bone's bigger.
Trying to see where to go here.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Tuesday, July 1st. Isn't July 1st like officially halfway?
July 1st? No.
I think, or is the middle of June?
Neil Mount Plaisir, $50.
Go back up.
And Dirt Merchant, $20.
Hey, Alexa. Good morning. Good morning, Alexa.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
She has not helped me with nothing.
Dude, she's running. She needs to go to a nursing home. She's running out of gas.
She's turning in retarded.
Retarded.
Said retarded with a W. W-E-T-A-R-T-E-D. Hey, Alexa. What is the halfway point of the fiscal year?
From Quora.com. The halfway point of the year is typically considered to be July 1st.
Was I right again?
Oh, yeah, you were right. Yeah, sorry.
Damn.
That whole having to, go through the month opposed to the start of the month always gets me.
Can somebody throw me my flowers? I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, dude, you're good at
I had
math.
the button, I'd give you the prices right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Nobody divides 12 like you, Bubba.
Good job, Bubba.
And listen, I've been called a grifter. You know, I've been called all kinds of names. I'm always slinging something. I like to use my, whatever the hell I have, my celebrity, my recognition, my whatever, my has-beenness to sling different stuff. Let me, of course, the hottest thing sold out like in 10 hours, and that was the Bubba Army retractable 9-inch knife with the window break-in gimmick.
Everybody loves those things.
Oh, my God. Everybody. They sold out in 10 hours.
Hot item.
Merch Crick ordered another 250 of them.
Nice.
They're awesome.
Now, as you know, when Trump first came out with his Trump tennis shoes, that's where I got the idea to do my Fat Man Dunk 1s, my very first shoe in my ongoing shoe series. We're currently to shoe 3, but I did get the initial idea from Trump. I'll acknowledge that. I will admit to that. But, as far as my fragrance, Bubba Army, Lummy.
Alpha.
He's like, you're drunk.
Sorry.
Be the kind of cologne that a guy in Skid Row has. Anyway, we've had two, volume 24 and volume 25. The volume numbers coincide with the year. We sold that out in a matter of about, less than a month. Sure enough, Lummy, guess what Donald Trump's selling now?
Uh-oh, is he coming off of you?
Fragrances are here. They make a great Christmas present. I've named them Fight, Fight, Fight because they represent winning. We all want to be winning. We have to win as a
I don't know who's a bigger grifter, me or Donald Trump.
nation. We want to win as a
You both
family.
like branding
This
your
fragrance
names.
is all about strength and success and confidence for men and for women. Get yourself a bottle and don't forget to grab one for your loved ones too.
Well, that's the thing about Alpha, Lummy, is that it's a unisex.
Yes, it is.
Yes, so it smells good on a man or a woman. If a man and a woman would happen to sync up and they were both wearing it, boy, that's going to be some skyrockets in flight.
They'll thank you and they'll even smell good. Enjoy, have fun.
Let me quiz. What song was has said lyric inside? Skyrockets in flight.
Woo! Afternoon delight.
Oh, look at you, Lum.
On winning and Merry Christmas.
You're only a quarter. You're only a quarter bottle into your
it's only
liquor today.
$6.05.
It's $200 a bottle.
Wow.
And what was yours, Bubba?
Mine was
11.
$49.95. I think the Bubba Army Alpha. So here is, I don't know if, now Lummy wanted to know, he'd be like, hey, can volume 26 be like a little statuette of me? Nobody wants a fat middle-aged guy.
I mean, look at the Fat Man Dunks, though.
That would be awesome.
Oh, you mean the Fat Man Dunk
yeah.
logo?
Yes.
A 3D profile of you.
Oh, man.
Do like a 3D printer of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, phew, just the bottle alone would be $100.
People would buy it.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to get a hold of my manufacturer and say, hey, can you take this logo? Maybe I show. But see, here's the deal. I don't know if the Victory 4547, if you look at other bottles down here, this is just a regular bottle.
Yeah,
These are all just regular bottles. This has his head on it. I don't know.
But that's why
gold.
that one's $249 though.
Does it come with a statue like that, supposedly? Let's see. I'm
Yes, it is.
I'm assuming it is. Now, mine is like, God, I think mine's mine's almost 5. I don't know how many ounces mine is, but mine is like, I think 4.5 ounces. Theirs is only 3.3 ounces. You know, like I got a bottle of mine right here. Hold on, stand by. Way bigger bottle.
Maybe Trump has the bigger name to sell less for more.
You know, right? You're right with the statuette. And mine's $49.95 and his is $250. So, you know, because he's Donald Trump and I'm Bubba Clem. I know my role. You know, I see Jay getting in his Porsche. I get in my Ford Crown Vic.
But in my center console, I've got Alpha.
But listen,
I do.
I walk Jay out every day. It's kind of a tradition, and we do some small talk and talk some business. And I just look inside of his car, and it's I think you probably keep the neatest car. Like it's always immaculately vacuumed. It's always like there's never, if you have any papers at all, it's in a file that's in the passenger seat, maybe in a small briefcase, or it's at least in a file. Like there's not papers everywhere.
You're surprised his papers aren't in the back seat spread about, Bubba?
No.
I'm past the French fries years
I'm
back,
just saying,
Seth.
Like I think
Shadow Panda, $20.
Of all does Danny keep a nice car?
Yes, we all do.
Okay, you all do.
Yeah.
Now I know
But
Steve
I'm meticulous about it. I
You
just
are.
can't stand anything out of place in my car.
Oh, I mean, so when I lean in there, I kind of size up everything and be like, man, I can't even find a French fry crumb in this thing.
You can't find anything to mess up. You try. You grab a steering wheel. He grabs like the sun visor. He tries to grab whatever he can.
Yesterday, he couldn't even start it because I was hitting the windshield down button so hard it was overriding the ignition system. So he's like, "But bro, can you stop hitting my windshield light?" Because I like
You like to push things.
I do like to push
I was working
things.
out yesterday, and I saw you talking to Jay, dude, and you were like a hooker hanging out of his window, like trying to convince him.
You know what?
For 30
I feel like a
minutes.
John.
I literally looked like a hooker trying to see if he wanted to party or
I just
not.
said, let this guy get to work, man.
And this John was just telling me my prices. I was practically almost free. I'd be
You're
like,
negotiating with yourself. Come on, how about this way?
But my favorite car is your white one. You never drive that one, though. Man, of all of them, is the Ferrari the fastest? Not race car wise, but like street car wise.
The black Ferrari or that white Porsche.
Yeah. Now, none of them are as fast as the one you got rid of that for some reason you loved You loved on Monday, and by Friday you hated it. And it was that electric hybrid gimmick you had. And I think it was it a Ferrari?
That was a Porsche.
I loved that car, you hated it.
I drove it for a couple of years. It's the only car I've lost any money on in a long time. And, it drove like a great Porsche electric vehicle, but it was not a car. It's an electric vehicle.
But was it faster zero? Was it faster 0 to
60 than just about any car on the market? I think it's 2.1.
What I'm saying, it's faster than anything you currently have in your roster.
Straight.
Yeah. But, I don't know. I liked it.
Yeah.
And then Dan, was Dan's... I don't know if it was his latest Ferrari or his one before it, but it had an electric mode to it, too.
Yeah, his last one, the SF90.
Yeah. He got rid of that, did he not?
It got flooded in the storm.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's
now, when you get flooded... Now, I'm not... Again, I have the minimum car insurance you can have. I do. I have. If you hit me, you're not going to get very rich. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I get the minimums. Meanwhile, Jay would encourage you to have the maximums and have uninsured motorists and all that kind of deal. You hit me, buddy, you're getting hit by a 5,000-pound 04 Crown Vic with minimums. We might as well just might as well just cover our own damage and be done with it. But let's say you have a car like what Dan, his SF90, and it floods out. Dude, does the insurance company total it? And then if you bought it right and got equity, could you do good on that?
Oh, it's kind of a sore subject with Dan because
that's why I'm asking you.
Because we had what we thought were equal policies, and so I had what's called an agreed upon policy. And Haggerty Insurance knows how to insure collector cars and unique cars, and so I had an agreed upon value on the one of the cars that got destroyed. The other two cars were normal insurance, Progressive. But I didn't have a lot of depreciation on them, so when they paid the total out on them, I was still okay. Danny was a bit not okay because his car had gone down in value, and the agreed-upon value was not actually an agreed-upon value. They made a change he didn't know. So he's in the middle of a fight with his agent.
Meanwhile, here's the deal. He has Chubb insurance. I know he had that. I'm not trying to get his business out there, but Chubb, Lords of London, there's a handful of others. I think Haggerty.
Oh, he had Haggerty too. It's just it was a different,
but
nuanced
I'm just saying,
policy.
Normally, man, when you have that type of insurance, it's upper crust. Don't have any problems, and only rich. It's rich. I'm just going to be honest with you.
If I got a case with a Haggerty policy, if I got two cars in an accident and they're like, oh, one's got Ocean Harbor, the one that's at fault, I'd be,
one guy's got the General,
right,
and one guy's got Haggerty.
The General's okay, but Haggerty's better. There's some real good ones.
You deal with insurance. Is the General cut rate, Willie? Is it bad?
It's going to be usually lower policies, but it's not zeros. What Pitty and I call, I've got full coverage, which means minimal coverage. That's the Ocean Harbors, the Wind Havens. There's certain kind of, subpar, that you see for carriers.
Is that people can literally roll around. When we got hit on our way to the track and Merch Crick's truck, the woman, the woman from Jacksonville was was working for a courier service. She was like a courier, and she had no insurance, none, zero. And so I thought that it was highly illegal for you not to have insurance, and they when they ran your license plate or ran your driver's license, it shows that you don't have insurance.
Yep. And
it's an additional fine. And so when she goes to get insurance and you got that no insurance strike on you, doesn't that put you like an what they call an SR22 or something like that, where you're a high risk kind of guy or girl and you got to pay a lot, an exorbitant amount?
Yeah, which makes it even more likely for them to have insurance, which brings up a really good point. More than 50% of the people on Florida's highways do not have bodily injury insurance. That means they don't have insurance coverage for your injuries at all.
Are they required?
No, because as you were pointing out, all that's required is PIP, personal injury protection, where you're protecting yourself with $10,000 of coverage, and collision of $10,000, meaning I'm responsible for up to 10 grand of your property damage.
Now, that's
it.
Was that one of the things that DeSantis rolled back that really screwed when people talk about DeSantis cutting a deal or with having big insurance in his back pocket as one of his biggest lobbyists? Is that one of the things he rolled back? Is the mandatory? I know
he
that
did tweak with PIP, and what he tweaked with was the ability to get attorney's fees, and so that makes the insurance companies run, wild with what they can do now versus before, without the ability to try to sue them and hold their feet to the fire.
But before, they were probably like, man, we don't want to rack up a big insurance bill over here, so let's settle this thing a little quicker because I know that this guy's, $700, $800, $900 an hour, and I don't want to run up a big insurance bill because if I lose, I'm going to have to pay it.
Right.
Whereas now they're like, man, we're just going to string these guys along because we don't have to pay their legal bills and try to just,
100%.
That's kind of how, and big insurance has got the time and the money to do that.
And they have the lobbyists to get right to even this legislature, which I like, which is a little too right for me. But, the Republican legislature has done pretty much what the insurance industry has wanted. And so one of the other things they did, which is really, really terrible, is they changed the statute of limitations or the time that you can bring a case from 4 years, which gives you time for your injuries to present themselves and get treated, to 2 years, half the time. People forget. They don't know the statute of limitations is half as long. You wait 2 years and 1 day, case is gone. But the most important is modified comparative fault. In the old days, if you and I were in an accident and I killed you and you were 51% at fault, you could sue me.
Merch Crick has a big bill on her hands.
That's right. And then I would owe your estate 49% of your damages, so you make it up. Say it was worth a $10 million case. Well, you'd get $5.1 million.
It never used to be that way.
Now,
it was all in or out. It was either all in or all out.
No, you'd get the money. Now, if you're 51%, you get zero.
Oh, really?
Zero. Instead of getting the $10 million minus 51% and you come home with $4.9 million, if it's 51% on a $10 million verdict, you come home and you get zilch. Zero.
So what's the threshold of having
50.00001%? It's called modified comparative fault. And that's what the big screw job is for people who are injured in Florida now.
Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, Dave, West Palm.
Hi, Dave, West Palm. How are you, my friend? So formal.
I was going to ask Jay if.
Hey, Dave, can I interrupt you so rudely, my friend, and ask you a personal question?
Go for it.
When you call the show, are you calling from a landline?
No, I'm calling for my cell. Is there an issue?
No, it's Lummy. Usually he's got one of the best connections.
Yes, he does.
Like it literally is like, Seth, it's kind of like back in the day from 15 years ago when people would use landlines more often than cell phones, and it was like literally,
I think like 10% of people have a clear cell phone line.
Yeah,
like
I think
he does.
I think so too. Maybe it has a lot to do with as much like early in the morning. There's not as many people talking, so maybe the cell things aren't stretched out as much. I don't know. But Dave, I do have an appreciation for your quality of phone call, the quality of it. I do.
Thank you.
All right, so continue on, and I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry, buddy.
No worries. I was going to ask Jay, and if Dan was there, I would have asked him too. Has you guys seen the F1 movie yet? The new F1 movie?
I did not get a chance to see it, but I am dying to see it. We were traveling last week.
I've not seen it either, but I heard that it's amazing. And, listen, I got to tell you, making movies about racing is tough.
It is.
It really is. Now, I will tell you, Ford vs. Ferrari was a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good movie. But you either got to go one or two directions. You got to go, you got to tell a story that really did happen and like at Ford vs. Ferrari, maybe this F1 story is a story that really did happen. Or you got to go cheese dick like Days of Thunder and Talladega Nights. You got to go one way or the other,
Well, it's hard to do the technical spots for anyone that drives. It's like making a surfing movie. And so
didn't Sly Stallone come up with a real bad one called Driven back in the day, and he was an Indy 500 driver.
He tried it.
And it was just horrible.
That's right. But what they did this time, which is really interesting, is they consulted with some of the really important drivers of current Formula One. Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris taught Brad Pitt how to drive, and so He's driving around, Bubba, in a Formula 2 car with like a Formula 1 body on it. Because they're so hard to drive a Formula 1 car.
Think about all the roles, as if you're a dude like we are, and all the roles that Brad Pitt's done. He's done some really cool, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Fight Club. But to be able to, all of our dreams is to be, have a fast car, or and Jay even has.
Hell yeah, dude.
But think about as an actor. I mean, you got some roles that are but then your role is to be an F1 driver, and they build, practically an F1 car around you, consulted by some of the best F1 drivers in the world. That's a dream. I'd do that movie for free. You know what I'm saying?
And those guys are ballers, man. They make so much money.
It's such $60 million
a year, and they have the most beautiful model girlfriends, and they travel the world, and they have big yachts and jets, and it's unreal.
I just wish we could have, the last American to be competitive. I don't even know that he was American. He was British. Mario Andretti, I think.
He was American, but he was, Italian, really.
Yeah, but I think he won. Dave, you may know more about it than I do, but I think Mario Andretti actually won an F1 championship.
He did, but he's also one of the only people in history that won the Indy 500, the Daytona 24, the Le Mans, and Monaco.
No, and I'll do you one better. I think he won the Daytona 500 in a stock car.
Did he really?
I think he did.
Because it's unusual. No one can do it because that Monaco Grand Prix is the one that no one can do.
But I wish you could have taken like a Tony Stewart in his prime, or like a Kyle Larson now, or something like that. Some of these guys that are really, really, really talented, and put them in, a competitive, put them in Lando Norris's car or something like that, and put them and see how they would do. It would be interesting to see that.
It would be, but you see what's happening is a lot of these Formula 1 drivers are now becoming Indy drivers. Marcus Ericsson, Roman Grosjean, all these guys were guys that were, mid-tier, really good Formula 1 drivers.
They were 12 through 15s.
Right. They were the best of the rest.
And now they're 1 through 5s in Indy.
Right.
He did win the Daytona 500.
So how about that?
That's
Another
incredible.
one. Open up the show with saying half the year's July 1, got sky checked on that, boom, hit it. And then I'm the one that knew that Mario Andretti actually did, I think it was the 1969.
1967.
1967.
He won the 12 Hours of Sebring, too.
Yeah.
That's the same year.
So, Brad, Dave from West Palm, what's your question?
Well, I was going to say, I just saw it over the weekend, and I saw it on IMAX.
And?
Amazing and incredible, and I highly recommend it. And I'll say this, is like, it's sort of like the Top Gun movie. Like, you have to see it in the theater.
Isn't it the same producer?
But here's the thing. I don't know where the nearest IMAX movie theater is here.
Fletcher.
There's
Fowler.
one closer. I think there's one at Anderson.
Is there?
Yeah.
Over there?
I think so, yes.
I thought they shut all that down over there.
The AMC Veterans.
They don't have one in the Ybor, right?
No, I don't think so.
Because I know they have one at the IMAX
No, but
up in North
if we're talking
Tampa.
about here, I mean, West Shore says they have IMAX.
Didn't they used to have one down there in the Sparkman's Wharf area when it was a Hooters and all that? They don't have that anymore, do they?
No. West Shore looks like they have one, and Anderson.
West Shore's got one?
That's what it says.
Right over here?
Yes.
Here's the thing. Please, everybody's going to probably absolutely clown me, but I've never been to a movie in an IMAX theater.
I don't think so. I don't think I've either.
Bubba, you got to go. I mean,
what is the difference?
Incredible.
Dave, what's the difference, in the IMAX? I'm sitting in my chair, got the merch crick down there beside me. I'll put her on the outside row in case she needs to make a couple popcorn runs, and I don't have to get up. And then, what's, are the screens built all around you or what?
Well, the screen's bigger than a normal theater. Plus, it just seems the audio is bigger. I mean, when they're going around the track, like you're literally like you feel the rumble inside.
I might get a boner on that and have to get some theater his head.
Play the popcorn game.
I mean, I'm really heavily into racing, and you are too, Jay. Next
You're
thing
gonna get jazzed up in there with the vibrating seats.
No popcorn. That was when I was in 8th grade and I had to kayfabe, but I got a full full-blown girlfriend now that'll just go ahead and start working on it, baby.
And I don't think too many people are going to the West Shore Theater too. So I think you'll be the only one.
I could literally have a private. Jay, you can bring candle. You can bring candle and sit on one side of the theater. I can sit on another. We never even see each other and enjoy and have a personal showing at if you did the matinee. So did Brad Pitt do a great job acting?
I sent you the trailer if you haven't seen it. I'm sure.
No, but we'll get so.
So I think, Bubba, the big part is also the theater.
We'll get struck on that, Lummy. Don't you think?
No.
What do you mean no?
Don't they want you to promote this kind of stuff?
No,
they really don't. Not when you're big time like we are.
Oh.
So what were you gonna say, Jay?
I was just going to say one of the real features is the way that the screen goes like below you and around you, so it creates more of a peripheral immersive experience when you're in it. It made me almost a little sick. I did it once with my kids when I was young.
When I was worth a lot of money, or a little bit of money at least, was making. You know what? Let me say this: I was making a lot, but I wasn't worth a lot because I was blowing it all.
Making and spending.
And I had one of the baddest ass theater rooms ever. I had it was 8 seats in a theater. It was a 144-inch screen. And then each individual recliner had its own 12-inch bass speaker in the butt and shakers and rattlers. And then I had complete surround sound, 24 speakers around, and then subwoofers and everything. I spent $125,000 on my theater, and literally, Lummy, I only went up there during the Super Bowl, and I'd watch a few movies up there, but I had such a big screen TV in my bedroom. I had an 80-inch in my bedroom, so I'm like, I'd just rather watch things in bed than sit here in a recliner, have to go up the stairs, and blah. So I had an unbelievable theater back in the day, and it had those seat rumblers in it, and it was probably like an IMAX experience as well.
It looks like they are working on it. It's confirmed that they are making a Days of the Thunder sequel with Tom Cruise.
Yeah, but no.
No, you're not excited for it?
That was cheese.
Dick Tickle, come on.
That was deep. You're going to run 6 laps my way, and then you're going to run 6 laps your way. Yeah. And he shows 2 tires. And first of all, just the racing in Days of Thunder was so unbelievable because you cannot beat up your stuff. You can't take a guy and wedge him into the wall and grind him down to nothing, and then that guy have any type of suspension or arrow that could then come back and catch you and pass you and win the race. When they stick you in the wall, you got toe in and camber and all this type of damage that just can't be fixed with, your car's junked at that point.
Isn't that why he had to drive backwards on pit road?
Yeah, he drove backwards on pit road, and it was just ridiculous.
Maybe we'll make it better.
That's where Tom Cruise met Nicole Kidman.
Yes, right. It is.
That's where they actually met, and she had that really heavy. Is she Australian?
Yes.
I think she is. She had that really heavy Australian, and she had that, of course, that 80s or maybe early 90s spiral perm.
Yeah.
And it was, I think Talladega Nights is far better of a movie than Days of Thunder because Talladega Nights is a comedy.
For sure.
And they're trying to make fun of it, But
their race scenes are almost more accurate, and then the parts that are inaccurate are almost like making fun of Days of Thunder.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to go try to catch F1, this weekend.
Nice.
Seth, you'll be not happy, but I know that you're a huge Righteous Gemstones. Well, you went through the whole. You closed it out. Was it 3 seasons or 4?
4.
It was 4. And you closed it out, much like Curb, but you closed it out, right? You went through all 4, closed it out.
I did.
Years ago, when it first came out, started to watch the first episode, and I got into the first one and then the second one, and then got into was it maybe episode 3 where you found out that one of the bad guys was his son, and then I just kind of dropped off from there. But I started watching the Righteous Gemstones. I'm going to get back into that, and I was looking for a show. And so I'm going to get back into the Righteous Gemstones, and I don't know why I quit it because it's brilliantly written and it's so funny.
You might have been mowing through season 13 of Suits around that time.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks. I appreciate it. My sister told me of one that her and Tarek are watching. I saw Tara Saturday over at Mom's, and I wrote myself a note, and maybe you guys will know. Let me see here. Where's it at? Oh, Friends and Neighbors.
Oh, I heard that was good.
Friends and Neighbors, and it's based around, I'm not going to give it out, but it's based around like this guy who's like Danny. Like he's like super rich, he might even be a doctor, super affluent. I think he's a lawyer. And
isn't he the guy from Mad Men?
I don't know.
Yes, he's the lead, the former lead from Mad Men.
And he ends up, I don't know, losing his wife. I don't know how it goes, but he turns into a cat burglar. And he lives in this really, like almost Davis Island, like really exclusive neighborhood where everybody knows each other. Everybody knows each other's schedule. Everybody just knows each other's comings and goings. And he either loses his job, loses his wife, gets down on hard luck, and he starts robbing when the rich people are gone during the day. He starts, and he knows all their alarm systems and everything like that. He starts stealing like Jay, what's that kind of watch? Felipe, like
Patek Philippe, Audemars Piguet. He starts doing from his friends and his neighbors. He starts stealing everything.
And so he so there's this one really, really, really hot female attorney. Like she's smoking hot. She's the big slinging D of town. Like she's like the Kevin Hazlett, get you off on anything. And she's also lives in that community, but she's blasting her daughter's 19-year-old boyfriend. And so he's broke into this is just the brief explanation that I got from it, but I'm so hooked. I'm going to go, I'm so intrigued by it. I'm going to go watch it. So while he's broke into her house, Jay, he's broke into her house, stealing her and her husband's stuff. She comes home in the middle of the day, 1:00. And so he has to he has to hide like in the wine cellar or something. And next thing you know, her daughter's 19-year-old boyfriend comes in and I guess just blasts her right over the kitchen counter.
While he has to be hiding?
While he's and he's watching. So some way, shape, or form, he gets in trouble or something like that, and he goes to her and tells her, you're going to defend me and you're going to get me off all these charges. And she's like, the hell I am. And then he says, well, then everybody's going to know about you and, Fred or whatever. Then everybody's going to know about you and Fred. And so now she's strong-armed into representing him so that nobody finds out about her blasting her 19-year-old daughter's boyfriend. I'm hooked already.
It's got a good cast,
too. It's called Friends and Neighbors. What's the cast?
John Hamm, Amanda Peet, Olivia Munn. There's just some people that you'd recognize when you see the people. They're accomplished actors and actresses.
Friends,
I'm interested.
Friends and Neighbors. Seth, interest you? No?
I'm not looking for any shows or movies right now.
You're just looking for cards?
I'm just...
You got cards today? I checked the mail yesterday, and it was whoever sent these cards to you sent them to you very packed, very nicely.
Yeah,
much like a way a pro guy that does cards packed. And then you told me, you're like, oh, those are my such and suches, and I traded such and such 3 Dodgers card and a Bubba retractable knife for a Cooper flag.
Yeah.
And I go, hold on now. You're using my merchandise that I'm giving you for free to be proud of as collateral to finalize those hard to get card deals that you're trying to cut.
Yeah, I mean, it was Felix. He sent me the offer, and I accepted. I gave him. We're doing Blizzard mystery boxes with cards.
Did he bring in the knife would be the final kicker, or did you offer?
No, he asked. I said no problem because I knew you were getting more. So I mean, I mean, no big deal for me.
You know, I was getting, hold on. You knew I was getting more, and you get them for free. So, like, I mean, it's a win-win.
Well, I mean, look, I know a knife in my hand. You know, it's selling units. So, I mean, I know that I was.
So you're saying when you went out there and you showed them that Seth Kushner could do a retractable Willie,
boom, sold out immediately,
and with the Bubba Army logo and the window punch, and if Seth Kushner, ladies and gentlemen, not the most manly guy in the world, not the guy that even worries about checking his oil, but if that guy can wield one of these, then the average dude that's not that manly can certainly handle this knife.
Can I ask you something? When I was a kid, I thought those were like illegal, and when I hold it, it's cool, man. I showed Pity it yesterday. I have it in my car, ready for my window.
Pity what one?
Hell yeah, he does. So what is that? Not like those are cool? Those are okay now?
It's a technicality.
There you go.
Okay.
And Mark from Tarpon at BARP showed me his. And the first question, and it was just like this one. And Lasker was with me, and Lasker was immediately like, oh, my God, I got to have one of those. Oh, my Jesus, I need one of those. Put it in my leather pants. So I go, Mark, I thought those were illegal, like almost a switchblade kind of deal. He goes, nope. There's this law that states if you put this thing up to something hard, and I'm not going to do it because it will potentially hurt the very tip of it, Lummy.
Yes.
But if you put it up to something hard, Jay, and it doesn't have the spring power to penetrate it, and it bounces back and like a default kind of deal, then it's okay. But if it's powerful enough to not stop the knife, then it's legal.
So like, if it's in the sheath and you do it into the sheath, it's not going to go through it. If you open it in the sheath, it's going to just stop right at it's going to stop. It's not going to go through the sheath. You know what I mean? Putting it in the cover again. Like put it toward the cover in your hand. Put it in the cover with the blade facing the interior of the cover.
All right, so it's sucked in, right?
Yep, and now do it, and it won't go through the canvas.
Well, no, it's like if I put a piece of wood up, and I go like that, it would hit the wood and not lock in.
Right, I understand.
So it makes it like it's not a switchblade because a switchblade would lock in.
It would go straight through.
Right. So that's the technicality we're getting through.
They're super cool.
They are. You know what?
I wanted one since I was like 10.
Lummy.
Yes.
What other knick-knack have we ever sold that Jay Diaco, who's got $4.5 million of the most exotic of cars, would say that a 1999 plastic shielded retractable Bubba Army knife was something that he just had to have?
I never had one of those before. I wanted one for 50 years.
Oh, they're so nice.
They're killer.
And they're double-sided.
They feel good,
they're
too.
Double-sided. They're sharp, and they're double-sided, Lummy, so you can, they're good for opening packages. They're good for stabbing people.
Oh, yeah.
They're good for,
Not for that part.
I will tell you, man, Lummy, if you opened up all the way and you really wanted to ruin somebody's day, this would be only maybe your neighbor that's maybe, having sex with your wife or something like that.
Oh.
But if you take this thing and you go like that, and then you hold like that, and then you go right there on the sidewall of a guy's tire, bam.
Really?
Listen, if I run over a screw or a nail on I can go get it plugged. They can either hot patch it or plug it.
Yeah, easy.
But you get sidewall damage, you're done.
Yep.
They cannot fix a sidewall. So go in there and then don't just do one. If you're gonna do one sidewall, you got to do two, because with one sidewall, I got a spare tire, but nobody's got two spare tires. Or do all four and really flatten his day. Pew, 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 pew. Now, Lummy, I'm not using this show to advocate violence or vandalism towards anybody's car at all. So please don't think that.
No, hypothetically.
Lummy, will you during the next hot mic break take a picture of my Rico Abreu?
Of course.
Shirt so I can send to Rico.
That's nice.
Good friend of mine. He's the short little guy.
Didn't he just win a race this past weekend?
He won. I think this past weekend he won $150,000 worth of sprint car rides. Yeah. Kurt Morgan right now is up. Right now in June, July is where Indiana has all the big sprint car races, dirt and asphalt. Kurt Morgan drives asphalt, or as Davy Jones Jr., his son does. His driver. That's his name, isn't it? No, Davy Hamilton.
Yeah, Davy Jones was from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Davy Hamilton Jr. Davy Hamilton Sr. was a famous IndyCar driver. This is his son. He drives for local which is Jay's father-in-law.
Yeah.
He drives for a guy named Kurt Morgan, who, by the way, is best friends with Gene Lasker. And listen, you know a guy's pretty cool when one of your best friends is Gene Lasker and your son-in-law is Jay Diaco. Now, how much of a different side of the spectrum is that? Huh?
He's known Gene since they were kids, man.
But I
since
mean,
they were like 15.
How well versified does that show? Kurt Morgan can roll with you, Diaco, or he can roll with the Outlaws and Gene Lasker.
That's the 6 degrees of Bubba Clem. He fits right in there.
He does. And so, listen, when I returned, Seth said that this is kind of cruel and unusual punishment, and I shouldn't be doing this. And I'm not. He didn't really get on me too hard. But he was like, dude, man, you know Joe Exotica reads all of his stuff. He didn't have anything else but to do as he was sentenced to 23 years in prison. And so Lummy, canceled on our X page, I canceled Joe Exotica. And the reason why was it said, and so here's my X posting, no more Joe, hey, I got at least,
the whole thing is
Seth's been over there not really saying much, and I got a legitimate,
Dude, you're talking about stabbing cars. I don't know anything about that.
I know that, bud, but I'm saying I got a legitimate pop from you. I got a legitimate funny pop from you.
Yeah, it's inane.
So I watched this piece that I'm going to play, and it's a juror from the Joe Exotica murder trial. Or a murder for hire trial. Now, Lummy, the only reason why, after watching this, did I put my response to watching this was no more, and then Lummy, I include, like, Joe's going to get this.
Oh, he is.
Because I just didn't put the name Joe Exotica. I actually included Joe Exotica. So if you scroll over it, like, it goes right to him.
Yeah.
And I said, no more Joe Exotica on my show, because what's the one thing, and I think I've asked it, Jay, have you been in during the Joe calls?
I have.
Lummy, you're the executive producer.
Yes.
And I think if I've asked it once, I've asked it 3 times. And what have I asked Joe 3 times?
You've asked him 3 times about the setup. How he was going to try to kill Carol Baskins, and if he ever gave the person money.
I actually asked. We could maybe we can find it, Lummy, and we don't necessarily need to find. Do we have 7-Eleven here today? I don't think he's good at finding stuff, is he?
No,
he doesn't quite have those skill sets yet. But isn't that a skill set you could teach?
Yeah,
make them more important. Poor little guys like Igor back there just downloading 8 tracks.
Igor?
Yeah, he just you throw him in the back and he really doesn't get to do much.
You talking about Winnie the Pooh's friend?
Talking about who?
Winnie the Pooh's friend?
No, yeah, it wasn't Igor.
Eeyore.
Oh,
Eeyore.
No, that's Eeyore. Igor was I thought.
Is
part
Igor
of
like a sad Russian that you know?
No, Igor was I thought in some movie, and he was like a old guy, and they had him chained up, and he had to go, I don't know.
What?
like a Frankenstein movie or something.
Yeah. Hey, Alexa, who is Igor?
Yeah.
Hey, Alexa, who is Igor?
According to Wikipedia, Igor Julio dos Santos de Paulo, known as Igor Julio or simply Igor, is a Brazilian professional footballer who plays as a center back for Premier League club Brighton and Hove Albion.
All right,
I got it right here.
Igor is a hunchback sidekick in The Night Before Christmas. He's loyal, humorous, and dark. He's a.
But they were.
It's also from Frankenstein,
Yes.
like Bubba's saying. It's sometimes a hunchback laboratory assistant in many type of gothic villains. A fiendish character is Sicily himself, most likely in Son of Frankenstein, The Ghost of Frankenstein, and horror films, Mad Scientists. So, like you're saying, it's a little creepy.
Igor was the guy that nobody ever got to see, that was kind of hunchback, and you gave him some menial tasks to do, like a scientific kind of deal.
Right.
But he wasn't out there in the forefront getting to be seen or anything like that. He was in the back. So I feel like, we're treating 7-Eleven kind of like Igor. Right. He's in the back in the boiler room, just, downloading Joe the Supermarket cassette tapes. We need to maybe try to teach Igor. I'm sorry. sorry, 7-Eleven. Maybe some more skill set around here, Lummy.
Well, we will.
I mean, he's certainly not going to take your job or nothing.
Well, no, we will when he's been having a little trouble getting here just because 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven's locking his schedule down?
Yeah, they're working him to death because they refuse to hire anyone else.
Lummy's covering for him, Bubba, but 7-Eleven hasn't worked here in 6 months.
Thank you, Seth. No problem. Seth's always the first to tell me the inside of Iggy.
I fired him because he bothered Seth.
He just comes here to work out and then he leaves.
He actually interrupted one of Seth's chest supersets, and Seth had him gone.
That's right.
Yeah. Seth's like, man, you moved the pin, man. I had it on 70. You put it up to 50. You messed my flow up. I was supersetting. You're out of here, buddy. So anyway, Lummy, Joe, I specifically asked Joe Exotic no less than 2 or 3 times, Joe, are you telling me that you never met with anybody and offered them any kind of money or asked them to kill Carol Baskin?
Yeah, he said that it was all a lie, that they were lying about it.
And let me, we might be able to find the audio eventually of me flat out asking him and him saying, no, I never did. And so a juror, I don't know if she's slinging a book or something like that, but she actually, I'll play the video next, and she testified, as to what I suspected. And so now Joe has lied to me. I can't believe anything he says.
But I thought that was the point of having him on.
And we were trying to, let's be honest, Seth. We're like, even this past Monday when we cleared the line and we were ready at 9:05 and he didn't call, we were all like, phew, thank God Joe didn't call because there really isn't much to talk about from this point forward. Trump's not going to give him a pardon. He just.
I think
we asked him out, if he was gay. How is he a pitcher or a catcher? He answered that.
You did.
So Seth, what were you going to say?
I just think the ins and outs of his case are not very interesting, but I just think him talking about things that are going on in the world as he's in jail, I think is. But I understand that you were done with them, but you were done with them before this video came out.
He's only good for 1 or 2 calls, and and then it's like
it's repetitive.
Yeah. So I'm going to play that juror next.
Perfect.
And he flat out lied to me.
Yes, he did.
And I can see where, if you offer $11,000 to what you think is a hitman to kill somebody, and I think she went on to say that the first guy took his money, so he went and tried to hire another guy. Both of which I think the first one wasn't an FBI guy, and the second one was. So anyway, Joe, Lummy, you know what this does? This takes a lot of pressure off of you. You don't have to be the one that offs him. I did.
Well, unfortunately, I already offed him before, so.
Oh, so he already knew.
Yeah.
Okay, good. We'll get into that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
I'll be right back in the chat. I just want to get a coffee.
Fight, 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 fight. Send me $200 so you smell good. I'm sick of all these immigrants smelling bad at detention centers. Take some sanitizer and some Trump victory. Spritz, spritz. Now you smell like a sunflower. I haven't opened it up yet, Felix. I'm sure it's totes my goats good. I got it right here, not showing your address on screen. I went to Felix's house, everybody. I do personal drop-offs for Pinellas County. What's up, Dirt Merchant? Do they have Axe body spray? Is Tom Homan giving them Axe body spray? Well, they're going to be getting Trump 45, 47 now. Take that shit back to their homeland, then boom, Venezuela. Big time customer of Trump's perfume. Then he's got all South America on it. It's a good plan.
Great plan.
Great plan. What's up, Berto? Man, I need some curve. It's been too long. Want me to rumble fuckus?
Yes, sir.
You're in a medium box today. No, I'm not in any box.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Oh no, Lummy, my bad. I hadn't refreshed. We almost got 1,000 watching. 993 on the watch, but 376 on the thumbs up, so we're pacing the G-ball that we need. Thank you.
I think we have a short, too, on the Joe Exotics.
You have it for me?
I sent it to you.
You did?
Yes.
All right. We also have a couple PayPals in celebratory Jay Diaco type fashion. We got Charles Ramsey and Kenneth Nelson, both with PayPal donations. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Where's the Joe Exotica on my IM?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. And this is why Joe Exotica is not going to be on my show anymore, because he lied to me. You know, listen, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have cared if he would have been like, yeah, you know, I met with a dude, offered him some money,
hated that.
Ended up
bitch.
being an agent. That's why I'm where I'm at today. But I didn't, you know. And you can make like an excuse from there.
He's in jail with cancer. Then you canceled him.
I'm sorry.
You just put the last bullet in his head. Whatever they say.
Hold on here, let me.
The nail in the coffin.
Like that,
Did they allow you?
Biggest nail in the coffin.
Were you guys living in the same prison and being married?
It's not the one I sent you. It like skipped.
When they say murder for hire, who did you talk to? Did you say it to an undercover cop, or did you just broadcast it on your little internet show? Like, where did they get these two incidents for murder for hire?
If you know
Jeff Lowe, the wannabe hipster from the movie.
The guy that came in from Vegas and tried to save the business and loaned you a bunch of money and then tried to become a mega star in Vegas by being the cat handler.
Right.
I mean, I think I had my Rico shirt on then, too.
I think you did.
Damn.
Okay, now...
Did you get a picture of it yet?
Yes, I did.
Alan Glover, the hitman, worked for him for years, okay, doing all of his dirty work. Well, Jeff and James met at an Applebee's one day in Ardmore, Oklahoma, and called Carol Baskin. This all came out after my trial because now we have their telephones, their cell phones, and we have over 700 phone recordings of the federal agents knowing that their witnesses were lying in order to put me in jail. All right, so Alan Glover made up the story with Jeff and James that I paid him $3,000 to go to Florida and kill Carol, and that's what convicted me was just hearsay. Okay, from
did they have
one witness.
Did they have a check? Did they have any way to trace the money to verify that it was $3,000? Like, did they have any type of financial instrument that would show you made that payment?
Nope. All they had was his word. And that's the sad part about federal court is they can convict you on just a witness testimony.
Trust me, I do know that.
In the state court, they have to have circumstantial evidence, you know?
When they say murder... All right, so hold on now.
Listening to guilty guys make up excuses is exhausting.
Maybe this woman... So I think I didn't leave any stone unturned when I asked him, did...
No, those are good questions, Bubba.
And so...
Some people are saying, though, Bubba, once you asked him about the butthole prints from his husband and you got down to the bottom of that you had no more use for him.
Yeah, but I thought
that's what people are saying.
That's what everybody wanted to know. How do you make prints like that? Because I might want to get one for my girlfriend.
Christmas cards.
I mean, what else? Can you think of a better Christmas card than sending a picture of your butthole?
The stars in the sky.
Be like, hey, just want to let you know this is my 2025 was a little tough on me. Here's some butthole art to kind of give you an idea how what I thought about this past year. And
but it turned out to be a mushroom, right?
No, it was. I sat on a 2x4 and inked up my butt.
There were recordings.
Here we go.
There were
recordings. This Lummy from Long Crime. Her name is Kristen. Tiger King star convicted in murder for hire of Carol Baskin, and this girl was a juror. She was one of the jurors that convicted Joe Exotic.
There were recordings that we got to hear where he actually hired the hitman. Actually, with the FBI agent, we could have convicted him on both counts of that just based on that one recording because he had said that the first guy he hired to kill her ran off with his money, so he wanted to try again.
So that could have been Jay, the Jeff Laurie guy could have been the first guy he tried to hire, and he took off with his money. So when he was really meeting with a real FBI agent for the second time, he told the first guy ran off with my money.
No, it didn't change anything at all. I am confident that we made the right decision.
But you said, is there any signed checks or is there any proof? And so this is still the testimony of a federal agent saying he did this.
Yeah, and I do know this, that a federal agent can pencil whip the hell out of you. But Jay, if it's a recording, that's tougher.
No. And look, what's more likely? More likely he did it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Listen,
they had a full trial on the guy.
I got far more confidence in an FBI agent that has a potential person on tape than him just whipping up a 207 report or whatever the hell it's called.
302.
He was sentenced
302
to 22 years in prison. There are clearly people who feel that is way too excessive, and then there are people who say no, based upon what he was convicted of, that's appropriate. When you heard 22 years, what'd you think?
I feel like 22 years is fair.
Don't get this bitch on any trial.
Oh, man.
You're in.
Jeez.
When you hear more of the details about the animal abuse, that's...
Yeah, now, that's the stuff we've not got into. And if you look into his trial, I haven't got into it just deliberately because it's disgusting and it's scary and it's sad. But maybe you can pull up what he was convicted of with regards to the animal cruelty portion of it. Not only did he try to supposedly hire an FBI agent to kill Carol Baskin, but then there's a lot of incidences where he took what he said were sickly tigers out back and shot him in the head and buried him. And I got to think that if you got a tiger facility and you got a sick tiger to the point of where you potentially might need to do that you probably should hire a licensed veterinarian to make that call and to euthanize them. You know, like, one, you're getting a doctor's diagnosis that this tiger's terminally ill and cannot be fixed. And two, then in a more humane way, not Old Yeller type way, in a humane way, and your hands are clean. I wouldn't say clean. I mean, you obviously hired a veterinarian and you're going to go on his determination, but you're not the person that's making the diagnosis, because clearly Joe Exotic's not a veterinarian. Now, he may know a lot about tigers because he's raised a bunch of them and different traits and idiosyncrasies that they may have or may not. But, in order to take a tiger's life, I think that needs to be done by a professional.
Yeah.
And I think he did not do that. Do you have, Lummy, any of
I sent you a Newsweek article just how he shot the tigers. Sentence of 22 years for shooting 5 tigers.
Yeah, I think that was as disturbing. Listen, for a guy...
Did you start feeling differently about Joe after he lied to you on the show?
Yeah, I do, because once I've been lied to, then how do you believe anything that he says?
I mean...
Joe Exotic sentenced to 22 years for shooting 5 tigers, plotting to murder animal rights. Listen, for a guy, I know what it's like to have done something that's not recognized as being cool to animals. And I didn't even do it. I was in a studio and I broadcasted it. I could have very well have been the first person convicted of animal cruelty that never laid a hand on the animal. Right? I mean, Jay, I got to think if they would have convicted me, I could have got away on an appeal just because I never even left the building.
No, I think so too. But sometimes winning like that sucks because there's a lot of losing involved.
Yeah. The United States Attorney's Office for the Western District of Oklahoma has just announced that Joseph Maldonado Passage, better known as Joe Exotic, has been sentenced to 22 years in prison for his role in various crimes of animal abuse and attempted murder for hire. Joe Exotic is the colorful character who operated the controversial Gerald Wayne Exotic Animal Memorial Park in Wynwood, Oklahoma. The facility was criticized by animal rights activists for breeding large cats and allowing visitors to pet and touch the animals. According to Texas Monthly, Joe Exotic, born some other stupid name in rural Kansas, the son of farmers. In his youth, the family moved to Texas, and Joe pursued a career in law enforcement. Oh, he's going to be a cop. Being named a sheriff for East Val, Texas in 1983. After attempting suicide by driving his police... Boy, this guy... I never knew this.
I didn't either.
By attempting suicide by driving his police cruiser into a concrete barrier, he moved to Florida and began working at a pet store.
Oh.
That's where he discovered his love for exotic animals. When his brother was hit by a drunk driver and died in 1987, he opened up this exotic memorial park. Most of his early exhibits were donations from people who no longer wanted to keep the animals as pets. In 2000, he received his first 2 tigers, which he named Tess and Tickles, and began to breed. As his fame increased, individuals and organizations spoke out against his business practices. Video of employees striking tigers with rifle butts led authorities to investigate, but no action was taken. By the mid-2000s, Exotic Animal Memorial Park held over 1,000 animals. Visitors could buy Joe Exotic branded condoms and lotion at the gift shop. Not only can you pet a tiger, but you can also buy a Joe Exotic condom to make love to either your wife or your boyfriend.
Perfect.
Anyway, it goes on, Lummy, and on.
Yeah,
and
he
on,
shot
and on.
five.
He shot 5 tigers. And I got to say, man, first of all, that is such a sensitive business to be in. You know, like there's big zoos like Lowry Park Zoo and Busch Gardens, and there's other really, 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 big zoos. And I don't know that PETA even likes zoos, but there are big-time corporations that take care of animals that do a far better job. And I think when it's time to put one of their animals down for whatever reason, sickness or whatever, I think they have a very extensive veterinarian process that they just don't have the guy that runs, the Flying Dragons roller coaster go out back and put a bullet in the
Put him down.
Put a bullet in the orangutan's head.
New Mount Plaisir, $50. Woo.
That's where I think he could have even maybe got a little bit more time, but.
Girl was wanting to put more on Joe.
I thought 20.
Lummy, there. Look. Oh, you just missed all the trailers they're bringing in for Alligator Alcatraz. The idea just popped up 2 weeks ago, and they already are having. I think most of it's completed.
Trump's going to visit it today or tomorrow, and they did it in like 5 days.
2 years was fair overall.
In the jury room, what were reactions from jurors about the animal abuse?
The animal abuse was, I think, the worst part of the trial.
Terry Austin wants to know how the judge handled the trial.
All right. So, Joe lied to us.
Yes, he did.
He did try to hire somebody to kill Carol, and there was the jury was most taken back by the animal abuse. The killing of the 5 tigers. Merch Crick, Lummy. If you go to Bub Army Merch, Bub Army Store, BubArmyShop.com, you'll see all of our latest stuff from our backpacks. By the way, our soft-sided lunchbox sold out. We have ordered, I think, another 250 retractable 9-inch hunting knives, custom. Well, these, the one that Seth uses to trade his Otani cards with. And Lummy, Merch Crick has done a video that shows you. Now, the only thing that she did wrong, Lummy, is once you hit a hard object with this, and it kind of goes into the safety default mode.
Yes.
You got to be a little stronger like me and you, and maybe even Seth, and have a real snappy wrist and snap it back to get it to relock. You can see that she has to do it 3 times because she's a girl. But this is why we're allowed to sell these knives, Jay, because of this. Hold on. By the way, she missed the counter.
I saw that.
I'm like,
Thought she maybe did on purpose.
No. She missed it. She missed it, and then so she finally hits it this time. And when you see when it hits a hard object, it goes into a safety mode where it's no longer useful until you snap it. See it? So let me. She's still.
That drives you nuts, doesn't it, Bubba? Watching that.
Well, another thing you could do too, Bubba, just in case you don't want to flick it. Like if people, you could do it that way.
You can also push it in, right?
You can also,
or you
pull
could actually grab the knife, but I wouldn't advise that because it's so sharp.
Yeah, but that's just another way if people want to.
Yeah. So she just ordered, I think, another 250 of them.
Oh, those go quick.
And it's the fastest selling piece of merchandise we've ever had, ever.
The glass breaking part of it's just as cool for someone who's ever concerned about being stuck in a car.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Seth, you're going to have to get another one.
Oh, I know.
Because now if you drive off the Howard Franklin, you'll drown.
Trust me, it was.
How bad would it be that we lost you because you traded the thing that could have saved your life for a Web and Yabin card?
And he couldn't get out of the window with the Web and Yabin card.
And the Web and Yabin card ended up getting destroyed too because it was in the in your backpack.
That would suck, but I am fairly confident that I am not going to careen off a bridge in my life.
Okay.
Maybe that's not a thing I should be confident in, but...
I mean, you're not the best of drivers.
Get some better treads on them tires.
He's got brand new tires.
Good.
So
yeah, I am known to drive off a bridge. You're right.
No, but I mean, you're the most unsure driver of all, like a little bit of fog and a little bit of mist.
Well, actually, the tire thing, now that's fixed, that was my only concern because he did have bald tires for a while.
Oh, he had
which is very, very dangerous
really
in the rainy
bald tires.
season.
Yes, but he's got great tires now.
And it's cool.
Let me, I'm going to go to words here after I show this Disney rescue and then tell Mach to have the video ready for the reliablemedicines.com.
Sounds good.
We're going to do that, coming up next. This was highly reported, and that is a kid. Was it a 4-year-old?
It was a 5-year-old that fell off the 4th floor?
Yeah, it was a 5-year-old.
So a 5-year-old fell off the 4th-story deck of a Disney cruise, and the dad jumped in to save her, and
4-year-old. It was a 4-year-old that fell off the 4th deck.
Yeah, 4-year-old 4th deck. Now, can I tell you right now, the only way a 4-year-old, because I think the decking is at least OSHA 36 to 42 inches decking.
Gotta be on a Disney cruise with kids.
I'm sure that their decking on a Disney cruise might actually be required to be a little bit taller than an adult cruise.
Pools are 54 inches, so I bet you it's high like that.
Yes. So there's only one way a 4-year-old falls off the railing on the 4th floor. Now, at that point, you got to understand the boat drafts before the first floor starts. The boat's probably 20 feet tall. Where just the non-window area of a cruise ship probably drafts 10 to 15 to 20 foot, and your first row of windows or decking is probably at the 20 to 25 to 30 foot mark.
That's high.
So add another 20 to 30 foot onto that, and you're looking at 70 to 80 feet of, the 4th floor from a Disney Princess Cruise Line might be 70 foot tall. And the only way a 4-year-old falls off of that railing is because that kid is not being watched and it's climbing on the railing. Because otherwise I bet you the railing is either right at the top of its head or even taller than the 4-year-old.
Eyewitnesses report that the child was sitting on the railing when she accidentally fell into the ocean.
This starts with lack of parenting.
Yep.
Who lets your kid sit on a railing on a boat that you're at least 60 feet, maybe 70 feet from the water?
The boat is 197 feet tall.
That's the size of the Skyway. Check me, Lummy. The Skyway is exactly at the top of the wall, 197 feet tall. Check me. You know what? I just got these random bits of information that are just I'm not
190 feet above the Tampa Bay.
Okay, that might be where the road is, but I heard that if you actually stand on the wall,
tell him what he wants to hear, Lummy.
That you're 197. No, I could
430 feet.
Well, no, that's from the top of the.
That's from the tower.
Bubba the Love Sponge is right. 197 feet.
No, Lummy, don't stop patronizing me.
I'm not. It's what it says.
No, for real.
Okay.
What's it really saying?
It says when measured from the water level, the bridge reaches approximately 197 feet above the surface.
Wow.
Thank you. I used to live out there. I know.
Yes, you do.
And man, you would go. Me and Fabrizio would take our jet skis out there, and you don't realize how just mammoth that thing is until you go underneath it. Jay, I know you've been underneath it with your boat and stuff, and you just don't realize how tall and just how much of a little dot you are on a jet ski until you see that. So this all starts from lack of parenting.
Yep.
And so they're not paying attention. The kid falls off. I do the same thing. Because listen, you could maybe survive if the kid could maybe survive if the dad if the dad jumped, and they said the boat was traveling very fast.
Yeah, it was on its way back in.
So it was traveling very fast, but it was a daytime or nighttime? Looks like it was daytime.
It was daytime.
Because if it was nighttime, a lot of times they can't find you.
They're gone.
So the dad jumping in is great.
At least when you put your kid on the rail, do it during the daytime.
Right. Exactly. And maybe Disney should put those stickers on there, daytime rail sitting only.
You think these people were foreign or something like that? I don't know.
I don't know. Jay, could this be like, could the state step in, or you're probably in international waters at that point? I don't know what jurisdiction, but could this be?
It's maritime law, but there's definitely could be child endangerment for sure.
Captain comes down there.
But jumping, like if he hadn't jumped in and a baby just fell over, it looks like it's murder. You know what I mean? You got to jump in to be like, oh my God, I made a mistake.
You got to.
And there were no injuries with the child hitting the water like that?
Yeah,
that's insane.
I guess not. And you would think.
I'd break my leg or arm jumping out that high with my little stick body.
I'd create a cannonball and disrupt the ship. Ladies and gentlemen, we just hit a big rogue wave.
So it looks like the kid
so
wasn't playing on it. It looks like this is easy. The dad was trying to get a picture and asked the kid to,
Great. Well, now they got a whole video package of the rescue instead of one picture.
Look at the photo shot they got.
Yeah.
Look, son, there you are.
And you know why they probably pixelate this?
Probably for the kid.
No. So that you can't use it for your social media. Well, I would say because you wouldn't want to let them be able to identify themselves and be able to make it a social media deal to encourage other people to do it, knowing that if they jump, they'll get saved and they can make it a social media deal and get 1 million clicks on the Insta. But it looks like they didn't. Like they went from like they got it pixelated here, and then it goes to not pixelated. And now they're heroes. What starts out as an irresponsible act, now you're heralded as a hero.
Start a fire and put it out.
Yeah. Give your kid drugs, let him overdose, and then revive him with some Narcan, and you're a hero.
Heroic.
I'd give that kid a spanking.
No more. That wife is giving that dad a spanking.
No dude should slap himself.
No doubt.
Yeah, he's the one who told her to get by the railing to take a picture.
Pretty dumb.
Everybody trying to get pictures.
Yeah, stupid.
What was I going to cover on the way back? I forgot.
Well, you picked up the phone. Do you know that?
What?
You picked up the phone line.
I did?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, you were saying Alligator Alcatraz, that it was done. It's actually an existing airport out there in the middle of the Everglades.
Yeah, we've been following the story, and it looks like Trump's going to be down there today to maybe like cut the ribbon to open Alligator. Just want to let you know, Alligator Alcatraz is officially open. We'll be taking 5,000 stinky immigrants down here today, and they have nowhere to go. We just need a fence on one side of the place, and then if they go the other way, they'll get eaten by an alligator. You know, illegal immigrants need that type of punishment to not want to come to our country. Next thing you know, you're crossing the border illegally, and then next thing you know, you're an alligator Alcatraz being python meat. I love it. I love it. I think we need to, I think with this, it's got to be very economical. They're just putting them in, they're not having to build a big prison or anything. They're just
like
putting
he
them
said,
in tents.
that airstrip's been there for years. It's been unused. It's a good utilization of an asset the government owns. And all I meant is they're putting up the tents, and they're getting the tent city and the infrastructure and the water and the toilets and all that ready.
They actually have two runways there.
Yep.
So one can be where they actually land a plane to drop these people off, and the other one can be where they, part of where they line up the trailers and the tents and all that kind of deal.
Well,
you probably got to leave the one runway in case they want to, fly some MOs in. You know what I'm saying?
For sure, they're going to be able to use at least one runway so that they can have them come in and out of the country.
Yeah.
At one time, it was going to be the largest airport in the world, 6 runways.
Yeah, so it's
for
enormous.
What? Was it going to be a military deal? Because I can't see that being a place. No. Hold on. They were going to make it
really? I hadn't heard that.
Commercial.
For who? For Miami?
It was originally, Miami-Dade and Collier to sort of split it. It's in Miami. It's considered like the Miami-Dade training facility now.
It was supposed to be for the supersonic jets is what it was
like
made
the Concorde and stuff like that?
Yeah, like the supersonic jets are supposed to go out of there.
Oh, so the runways are enormous.
No, it was going to be commercial all around. The runways were completed. The ones that are there were completed in 1970.
I think the largest, well, like for instance, Tampa's large. You can check me on this. I think Tampa's largest runway is 12,500 or 12,700, but that's what. Like O'Hare and some of the big airports, they have their runways, their big runways to accommodate like 747s and things like that are 12,000 plus, usually around 12.5 to 12.7, and then medium runways are about 7,500, and then smaller private airports are around 5,000. Most even private airports, most private aviation, like JR 414 required 4,200 feet.
Mm-hmm.
That because it was propeller, a little bit slow, wasn't jet. You needed to get a little more airspeed. That required a little bit more. But let me actually do a Google as to what Tampa's runway links are, and I think it's 12,500 or 12,700, and I think that the airstrip down in the new Alligator immigration deal, I think that's a 12,000 foot one.
It's massive. He's right. It was a proposed South Florida jetport 5 times the size of JFK Airport, was considered for various locations in and around the Everglades, started in the 60s. It was done for supersonic jets, filled with more. They thought at one point, we were going to get those, what were those things called? The ones that they stopped flying after.
Concorde.
Yeah, Concorde. They thought there were going to be more Concorde type of airlines with 1,000 passenger at a time. And it was going to be South Florida's jetport. It was what it was going to be.
The Concorde could go from New York to London in less than 4 hours.
I think it was 2-ish, wasn't it?
Might have been 3.
Phil Collins played Wembley Stadium and then came and played the other half of Live Aid.
Hey, Alexa, how fast could the Concorde go to New York to London?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, Concorde speed was 1,354 miles per hour, meaning the jets could make a trip from New York to London in around 3.5 hours.
Yep, there you go.
Good, Bubba.
Good.
What's it normal, 6?
No, I think
New York to London's like 6, I think.
Is it?
I did that,
yeah. You did that for that beer promotion.
You had to go to Ireland.
Right. So anyway, sir, man, thank you for your insight. I appreciate it. How do you catch the show?
It depends. Sometimes Rumble, sometimes tune in. I don't know what's going on with like Rumble, but you can only pause and fast forward and rewind every now and then, like once a week. I'm in touch with like their support department and stuff, but when I can't do that because I'm working, I listen on TuneIn.
All right, my man. BubbaArmyHQ.com is up and running, but the app for it, making it so easy. I've been told, and Lummy, I hate to even it's just such a, I get clowned so much about that in the doc, but it's close. It's close. We're now into the banking phase of them getting, the banking information as to where to put the money. So I think that we're getting close on that.
How far out for the documentary?
I'd say 8 weeks.
Really, less than 90 days.
I say 8 weeks.
Nice.
We had that one little hiccup that I told you about.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd say 8 weeks. Yeah. It's at the distributor. See, movies and documentaries and just anything that goes on any platform such as Netflix, Hulu, Paramount Plus, Apple, Prime, any of that, it's all aggregated through 1 or 2 different distributors. That's what people don't realize. And you got to send it to them, and then they have to completely ingest it, and they have to completely time code it, and also close caption it, and then also make it, we had to pay a little extra, or the people that are financing it, to translate it to Spanish. Forgot about that. So that takes a while. And then there's insurance. You got to buy insurance for it. And it's a lot of things that the people that are making it didn't, realize you had to do. So anyway,
what led led from it being released last October to now knocking on the door of October again?
No,
lawyers
for real.
Coming from a lawyer.
Really?
Jay appears in it, and it's lawyers. It's
They're just making sure that all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed, so that every single thing that's stated on there can be proven. That's what they're doing.
You got fair use issues. You just got, again, the answer would be lawyers. But it is at the aggregator. It is being uploaded, and the lawyers are almost done lawyering.
Is there anything in there that you thought was like a deal breaker that has to be in there, but the lawyers are like, no, we're taking this out?
No, not really.
Nothing.
Everything they've taken out, everything.
Just retell the story differently.
No. In fact,
there was nothing that was. You know why? Because everything Bubba said's been accurate.
Yeah, I mean, there's no.
Maybe some stylistic stuff.
There's no opinion about it. It just tells the story straight up on how it happened, and the parties involved, and the.
Then how can the lawyers just bog this thing down for you?
Well, there's lawyers, and then there's entertainment lawyers, and entertainment lawyers, they try to think of stuff that could potentially go wrong that regular lawyers wouldn't think of.
It's different.
So. It's coming. It's coming.
All right.
And it's really interesting. It's a really interesting thing, and it's not burying Hogan. It's not burying. It's a very, very interesting angle. You'll be blown away.
There's stuff in it that people will be like, "Wow, I didn't know that." Even if you're a hardcore Bubba Army listener, you like the show, you don't go to various forums and hate us and tell us that you hope Bubba dies and call me names and things like that. Like, you could genuinely be like a Heather Wiz or an Iggy or a Creatine Travis or a Big Red, or a John Costica or a Tease. Like, the royalty of Bubba Army, and you think you know everything about this, and there's a lot that you don't know that you'll say, "Wow, I didn't know that," and that changes my mind a little bit on how all this went down. And you know what? People are gonna say, "Man, Bubba was right."
I think the haters are going to learn some stuff as well, Bubba. There's two audiences for this thing. You got the people that are the Bubba Army, those of us that love you and trust you and believe you and are just dying to see what's on there. And then you have all the haters. And I'm really interested to see what do the haters say about it. Because it's hard to argue with it, though, because it's laid out so well.
They'll find a way, but that's okay. So anyway, I
was going to say,
go ahead.
Do you think there's any chance that when you release the doc, do you think there's any chance that I know you said you'll never, talk to Manson again or any of those guys, but do you think you'll get like a 25 in there that will shed some light even after it's released and be like, man, yeah, and during this time, this is what was going on and all that, like have separate shows with, former employees to like sort of back up what happened in the doc?
I've actually asked people that have appeared on the phone logs to appear on it and tell us what they knew, and they won't. And I'm not insinuating that 25 had anything to do with it, but I've asked 25.
No.
But people, he's right, Bubba. There are people that you had not heard from before that appear in that documentary that say things that I'd never heard before that were inside both camps.
Right.
So I mean, kind of what he's saying is, what's going on from the other perspective. You'll be actually blown away by the things you hear and you see in there that are irrefutable.
That, by the way, are not opinion.
It's all irrefutable.
And listen, you know what this documentary really is at the end of the day, and I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole, and I got to get going because I'm running way late. Lummy will do reliable medicines on the backside.
Perfect.
But sir, here's what this documentary really is. With there's a big twist at the end, and Jay, you know what it is, as to how this was used to try to even do more damage to some very important people. But you know what this is? Had Hogan versus Cox, Hogan v. Cox. Had that been allowed to proceed and not been settled, and the depositions of Spice Boy and Calta and Keith Lawless and Michael Sharkey and all the Cox corporate people that knew about this video, that actually there's information to show that this video was actually housed on the Cox servers.
Formerly Ball Balls around at 25.
If that lawsuit had proceeded to a regular lawsuit, meaning it was a jury trial, they picked a jury and they had tried that lawsuit instead of Cox settling the day before the Mike Calta deposition. Had Cox not settled and wrote what I've been told, I don't know it to be true, rumor has it, word on the street, $55 million. Had they not allegedly given Hogan $55 million in a settlement, and this had gone to trial, this video, this documentary, pretty much kind of takes you down where that might have gone.
Oh, cool.
And it shows you the players, it shows you the phone calls, it shows you who sent who negotiated what, who got let go,
who got arrested
and let go. And it shows you all of that, and then there's this one thing that most people don't know about, and the government used this sex tape in a way that nobody knows, and will be blown away when they find out how the government then took this sex tape and used it in another situation. Way up and beyond getting me fired, way up and beyond getting Calta promoted to do mornings, way up and beyond the $55 million that Cox wrote Hogan a check, way up and beyond the Gawker settlement of $130. Well, the Gawker verdict of $141 million that he settled for $35 million because he was their largest creditor in bankruptcy. Way up and beyond all that stuff that people pretty much already know. There was this one really, 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 really important thing that will blow people away that the government tried to use with regards to this tape. This tape reappeared suddenly, and it's mind-blowing. All right, buddy, I got to go.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Running way behind. Let me coming back with reliable medicines.
Perfect.
And then moving forward from there. Thanks.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
So let me.
Yes, sir.
My promo code's TBA15, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just want to make sure I. Hi, Wayne Glasgow.
Dave Rock 69. Good morning.
587 on the likes. Pacing good. Hello, David.
Scott's starboard.
Sicilian Redneck. The Thomas Gilson. What's up, radio? On close. What's everybody doing? What's up, Grouper Lips? Thank you. It was a ton of pressure getting that barrel in the suit, man. No one had done it there before. What up, Pedro? Thank you, buddy. Forward it to a friend. Mern and Irwin. God, I wish I were there, Wayne. I get some work in. What's up, Big Longer, Jeff Pearson?
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. First day of the month. Gotta piss. First day of the month, let me get us some money. Come on.
Do you like him out there? Copy him on Bubba Army Tips.
Oh, Jason, you're by himself. He's gonna get
Just
anxiety.
too buzzing. Great white. If you haven't seen it, go to my IG account. Otherwise, I'll show it to you right now. Pretty freaking cool. I'm so proud I did it. What's up, Internet Fred? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Jay, I think I'm gonna get on the air and cause Dan anxiety and tell him that I think I like you better.
Yeah, I'm good.
I want to go. I want to flip flop, and dude,
I'm gonna make it through.
he would be so fucking tore up. Would he not?
I need the
Marquette?
Oh, wow, thank you.
What's up, Lummy?
I don't know.
I'm good.
Seth was screaming out in the hallway.
That's the first one.
I'm gonna get through this.
Put this on.
Perfect.
What do you got in there? Any condoms? Any rubbers in that emergency kit? Q-tips. Emergency ear clean out?
Yes and no. Depends who you are.
Nice snaps in there, Lummy. That's an
There are
emergency.
a lot of people that have been able to break through those barriers. Just
There you go. We're gonna need that one day. Cold pack.
big longer, what up?
What do you have to snap that thing? Is that how it
That's
goes?
Starboard. Thank you, Jesse.
Emergency kits are awesome.
I know. We have two.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I'm gonna get you one for your birthday.
Please do. Be sure to have
Another
some.
spinach
It's
right
really
in the
good stuff.
morning.
Oops, sorry.
Cast blows. Interesting.
I cannot believe everybody's on the Steelers stick now.
Sure.
Why is there?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba.
Sorry about the reverb. Get ivermectin, fenbenzidol, hydroxychloroquine, all stuff that you're going to have to sit in your doctor's office, make an appointment for, beg to get. And it's stuff that you need, really not because you're sick right now. It's stuff that you need to have in reserves so that when you do get sick, blam, you get on some hydroxychloroquine. You got the ivermectin, which is a wonder drug. Dr. Dan has been screaming Dr. Dan was so pro ivermectin that we almost got thrown off of YouTube because, during the COVID deal, that was like, oh my God, you can't use something, a non-conventional, outside of the box, outside of the WHO standards. Dan said, the hell I can't. In fact, it got to be where only one local compounding pharmacy would even fulfill Dan's prescriptions of ivermectin. Well, now it's one-stop shopping, my friends. You can get it online. Go to reliablemedicines.com and use my promo code TBA15 for 15% off. Again, reliablemedicines.com. Use promo code TBA15 for 15% off.
2 years ago, Joe Tippin says he was told to go home, call hospice, and say his goodbyes. The doctors were unanimous. He was going to die of small cell lung cancer.
Once that kind of cancer goes that far afield, the odds of survival are less than 1%, and the median life expectancy is 3 months.
Tippin says he got a tip, not from a pharmacist, but a veterinarian. And in his desperation, he turned from people medicine to dog medicine, specifically fembendazole, or what you give a dog when it has worms.
My insurance company spent $1.2 million on me with traditional means before I switched to a $5 a week medicine that actually saved me.
Your one-stop shopping for all these prescription-based medicines is, again, Reliable Medicines, plural.com. Get ivermectin, get zopiclone, fembendazole, hydroxychloroquine, get all the antibiotics you need and other life-saving medicines directly from this pharmacy. They're going to provide you with a tracking number for every order and guaranteed delivery at your doorstep within 7 to 15 days. They offer 24/7 customer support. They focus on 100% customer satisfaction. Use promo code, again, on the coupon code, promo code section, TBA15 for a 15% discount on all of your medicines. Click on the link in the description to get life-saving medications at the most affordable pricing. Get ivermectin, get fembendazole. I can't even ever say that. Fembendazole, I think it is. Perfect. It's what saved that guy's life. Hydroxychloroquine, all at www.reliablemedicines.com. Use promo code TBA15 for 15% off. Here's the White House press secretary. I like her.
Caroline Leavitt.
She didn't put up with any. What's her background? Where did she come from?
I like her. I'll figure it out. She's the youngest press secretary in history.
She's pretty snappy.
She sure is. She's very smart.
I think her 60-year-old husband had some connections.
He did.
Oh, that's right. She's old guy chaser.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they fell in love.
Isn't she like
before
29, 30?
It's like 27. I think.
27.
And her husband Seth's like 60.
Yeah,
I like her.
She was the assistant press secretary in 19 to 21.
Oh, for the first run?
Yes.
Under the best ever, Sarah Huckabee?
Yes.
The best ever.
Yeah.
Me and Jay were talking about her yesterday.
Yep.
Tomorrow, President Trump will travel to the great state of Florida to attend the opening of a new illegal alien detention center located at Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport alongside Secretary Kristi Noem, Governor Ron DeSantis, Congressman Byron Donalds, and other state and local leaders. We hope to see many of you there. The facility is in the heart of the Everglades and will be informally known as Alligator Alcatraz. There is only one road leading in, and the only way out is a one-way flight. It is isolated and surrounded by dangerous wildlife and unforgiving terrain. The facility will have up to 5,000 beds to house, process, and deport criminal illegal aliens. This is an efficient and low-cost way to help carry out the largest mass deportation campaign in American history. We are tomorrow, President Trump
or Jay or Seth, whoever knows, is this just going to be where we house them before they go in front of an asylum judge? Is this like a holding pattern before they leave and we send them to where they need to go? What's the actual, what are they actually doing here? Is it just a housing because they have not seen a judge, or they have seen a judge?
I think it's both.
And they're out of here?
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to set up facilities like where judges can just do it right there, one-stop shopping? You go to...
A judge is going to pull up on a pontoon boat right there and send your ass.
On an airboat with a big old engine behind it.
The airboat. Yeah. Pulls up with the big airboat, right?
It's right.
With this robe flowing. So to me, it seems like these might be the people that maybe... Can you be such an illegal alien and got into this country under our porous border lines and never got a court date, never been formally processed? And if that's the case and they've caught you, I don't think there is a judicial process to you getting sent back. I think that might be. Isn't that something that we got going on right now?
I believe these are for people who have already had an adjudication where they have a deportation order pending, or they have that and they've committed a crime. When they talk about trying to get the worst of these illegals out of the country.
I thought this was just for the deportation. This is where this is where they're going. They've already been pretty much told they're getting out of here.
They've already been determined.
This is their last stop.
Yes.
So this is after they've ran through whatever local or state system that they come from.
Due process has been afforded.
Yes.
These guys are not there. This is the end of the road for them.
Yeah, they're getting deported.
What better way to say goodbye to somebody leaving our country than to put them on a runway, on a tent, with a bunch of alligators and pythons. Now, I wonder if the alligators and pythons ever slither up to the runway area, looking for food or whatever.
I'm sure the guards will shoot them.
Next thing, I don't know.
Or you just let them roam around?
Next thing you know, Pedro is, he's in his bottom bunk, and a 26-foot, 1,000-pound python comes and wraps him around the farm. I mean, he might. I'm sure there's no air conditioning. Are they going to put him in like Joe Papayo? What was that guy's name from Arizona? I think that was what his name was, and he would literally put his prisoners in pink jumpsuits in tents in the yard.
Yeah, the farm there.
And based on if you are good, they immediately put you outside in a tent. And then if you were good in the tent for like 3 months, then you got to go inside into the air. But are these going to be these look like they're going to be more like trailers where they could have some power. They could have some air
conditioning. It looks like they're going to have AC in it. They're going to have power.
Yeah, they're going to have a window unit in there. And you know what? Nothing for some odd reason, Lummy. I don't know what it is. You can have the best home central heat and air that they offer.
Yeah.
But this little white trash window unit somehow just is the best air.
Plus those mini splits are really good nowadays too.
Yeah, they're good too. But nothing's better than a big old window unit. I like to supplement my mini split with a window unit. And I got 3 forms of air in my bedroom, buddy.
Because you're cranking at what, 59?
I can get my room down to 59. Oh. The Merch Crick it's so bad for her that she has to have 2 she has to taco or burrito herself into the electric blankets. She puts one down on the bed that she lays on.
Sounds like you're trying to get her to 3 blankets. And then, you're taking pride in the 2.
Well, she puts an electric blanket as high as it'll go on the mattress, the top of the top fitted sheet. Then she puts another electric blanket on top of her, and then the comforter that I'm using, she puts on top of her. So she's, really baked potatoed herself in there.
Man.
59 degrees is quite cold.
That sounds like a party.
It spoiled me because like when I go to a hotel and stuff, like the lowest hotels can go to are like 71.
Did you talk to our boy about getting around that?
What do you mean?
Mike Bellagio?
What about it?
He's got a little gimmick to get around it.
Oh, for hotels?
Yes.
Why? Now, why are you knowing about it?
Because I talked because I talked to him about for the rental on how to lock and unlock and do that kind of stuff. My rental.
So you're saying when Mike Bellagio goes to hotels, he's got an override gimmick?
Yes.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he can get it cranked all the way down.
I'm really not very happy with him right now. What? that he shared that. I am most AC dependent of all of us.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's only because I was pressing him for how to lock my AC unit.
I'm going to have a talk with him today.
You should yell at him.
How do you survive in this human environment, Bubba? Do you think about moving back to a cold environment one day?
No, hell no. I love it here. Hello. I love it here because I got good air.
That's right.
I got good air, man. I got really good air. I keep my filters clean and my unit charged, buddy. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello.
Yes.
Hey, this is Chris from Ocala.
Hi, Chris. Ocala.
So I was listening to a little morning show in Orlando. I don't know if I can say his name or not.
What, is it Russ?
But no, it's Rick Stacy.
Oh God, that zookeeper. I'm familiar with Rick. He's on the oldie station out there, but he literally thinks it's like 1986. With he sounds just like a zookeeper, does he not? I mean, everything's really fast. Everything's really fast paced, and it's like they talk about
the music in the background.
Yeah,
as they call them.
they got the music in the background, and then they got a female that plays the female. Then they got a little news bitch that talks about the entertainment, the 60-second entertainment report, and it's just it's. I mean, it's amazing you're not hearing stuff like this as well.
Let's call him, Bubba. Let's face him. Let's go live on live.
Listen, I respect Rick. He was a great programmer in Atlanta back in the days. I have no heat for him, and he's doing the job. Listen, he's number one in Tampa. He's number one in Orlando, and he's doing a hell of a job. He's the program director of that station as well. And listen, he's doing what he needs to do to be successful. His style and my style are just different. I don't have a music bed under me. I'm not trying to do top 40 music based. I'm not trying to do oldies music based. Radio.
Right.
He still plays. I think in the morning they play like 6 to 7 songs.
Oh, that's the sweet spot.
Yeah, that is. As you know, you at one time had to play a little bit of music in your morning career.
Oh yeah.
From the Jade deal, I think you guys played music with Jade.
Oh, we did 13 songs an hour with Jade.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah.
How can you get anything in?
Breaks couldn't be longer than 3 minutes.
Jeez. So anyway, I have respect for Rick, so I'm not going to talk bad about him. So nobody think that. Go ahead.
No, well, yesterday he did a little segment on you, brought up your name, played a clip from your show where you're talking about Hogan's not doing too good.
And I hope Rick, because I didn't know what you were going to tell me. And when you told me about Rick, I poked a little fun that he was a zookeeper, but in the end of the day, but hold on, but at the end of the
don't backpedal on Rick.
No, but at the end of the day, was I not respectful?
Yes, we don't know what he said yet.
I mean, I was very respectful, and I got a lot of respect for Rick. And I mean, you can say what you want, and he's doing a zookeeper morning show gimmick, but he's number one in the market, and he's had a very successful radio career. So that's my spin on Rick.
He brought up the pig deal. He brought up the sex tape. They were asking if you and Hogan were still friends, and that TMZ is trying to prove you wrong about the Hogan deal. So that's.
So
what did he say? Did he say?
But it sounds like Rick didn't have very favorable things to say about me.
So he is a zookeeper.
I guess that you worked there before, and you ended up quitting.
I've never worked at Cool 106 or Sunny 106.
Sunny 105.9.
I worked at XL 106.7. Now, if Sunny 105.9 is owned by iHeart / Clear Channel, I guess you could say I worked in Orlando for the same company. But when I was at XL 106.7, it was owned by the Taylor family. So it was not even owned by iHeart yet. That disappoints me that Rick
I just tweeted him and called him a bitch.
It was on yesterday's show. I mean, I don't know if you want to try to find it or.
Yeah, I'm looking it up, but I have to listen to the show.
I mean,
Beyond, are you holding out on us, sir? Did he say really bad things about Bubba? Did he call him the C word?
He did not call him the C word.
You know what we need to do? We need to send this break to Rick and say, "Hey, Rick, you know what? It's too bad that you can't have the same professionalism and mindset with regards to talent that Bubba does, because Bubba didn't say a mean-spirited or bad word about you, and you had to bury him yesterday. Take that average, what the average person thinks of me, and bury me when you don't know the truth, Rick. And quite frankly, it's looking like, I mean, you can say what I want, but why isn't Hogan's people coming out and refuting what I'm saying? Why is everybody so tight-lipped?
What's Rick got to say about that?
Yeah.
And the hog deal, let's just go ahead and let's just clear this up. The sex tape, Rick, you know what? I invite you to watch my documentary that's going to be out here in the next 2 months. That will give you more insight on that. The hog deal, I was cleared by a jury of my peers.
Yep.
Okay? And what else? What else did he say about me? That was bad. I don't know.
No sex tape. Then he just started going off saying, "Are you and Hogan still friends?" And TMZ trying to bury you.
Right. So
is TMZ trying to actively prove you wrong, Bubba, or something about?
I don't
Hogan?
know. Let me. Is there any TMZ? I don't know if there's any.
No, the only one was that one report from TMZ.
Right. So.
Okay, I'm at work. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
All right, see you later. Bye. Well, listen, Rick Stacy, you're a zookeeper, and you're a very talented man. Most of your career, you killed it. I think you worked for 99. I think you were the program operation guy for 99X in Atlanta, an alternative rock that did really well. I think.
But Rick doesn't have knives.
He
doesn't have goats.
You don't have goats. You don't have knives. You don't have anything like that.
You don't have your own studio.
You don't have your own studio, lunch boxes, lawyers.
He doesn't have a way to get a hold of them either.
So, send this to Rick.
I'm trying to find his social media.
Let's talk about the Hogan deal. I actually had the St. Pete Times reach out to me yesterday and says, man, you got, the reporter said, can you talk? And I'm like, nope. And they're like, you're really, you got a lot of people riled up about this.
You're not doing interviews now?
I mean, I could call that person back after the show today if I wanted to. But, I mean, I don't think that there's any more to report about Hogan other than the longer it goes without them refuting what I'm saying. I mean, Jay, you're a lawyer and you're probably one of the smarter guy here. The longer that they allow my opinion and version of what's happening to Hogan to just stay out there and they don't correct it or refute it, I think the more it validates it. They have a way to get a hold of my counsel. They have a way to serve me a 770 notice. They have a way to shut me up. A very fast and efficient way, as Hogan's counsel knows my counsel. And the longer, so if you're not correcting what I'm saying and you're not appearing at your Hogan's Beach Club, Hogan's Hangout karaoke night, Lummy, which I don't think he ever missed.
He's missed, obviously, for the last 2 months almost.
And so, I think that validates what I'm saying. And, maybe I will call the St. Pete Times back today. So anyway.
What was their angle? Did they just,
the guy, here, I'll tell you what the guy said.
He was going to have a good pitch.
He said, let me see, I'll get it right here. It says, hey, what's up with the Hogan stuff? You got everybody all riled up. I didn't answer him.
Yeah, okay, that's a weird way.
Yeah. So, the person that has stuck their nose, their overly sunned, frecked up Knox nose, overly injected lips, the person that stuck their nose in here and started to be combative with me is Brutus the Barber Beefcake's wife, Missy.
Do you ever meet her?
Met her one time.
Oh.
How'd that go?
I met her. It didn't go any way or the other. Other than I liked Brutus's first wife, Barbie, far better. Barbie seemed to be less of a ring rat than this chick. This chick is, in my opinion, from the small interaction that I've had with her and some of the larger interaction of watching her postings on Facebook. And then, Lummy, we actually played a video of her yesterday. Maybe you could find that for me again.
Yes.
And it seems like she is a ring, in my opinion.
Like that's a groupie?
Yes. Yes.
I feel like if you're with Brutus the Barber Beefcake at this point in life, you got to really love him.
Well, I don't know. So anyway, I've known Ed Leslie, which is Brutus the Barber Beefcake, way longer than her. And I don't know what your end game was, because when my very first Hogan, 2 weeks ago, my very first Hogan announcement as to, hey, something ain't going on right here, man. This guy has been MIA for 2.5 weeks. I've gotten some inside sources that saying he's hospitalized and that this is not a neck and back complication. This is a heart. At that time, was more of a heart issue that's turned into a pulmonary issue. That is turned into a complication issue. And she first, Lummy, on my very first posting, as to kind of laying out, I think Hogan's in trouble. There's been family members that have been asked to come say their goodbyes to him. And I think I may have even said, in my opinion, he could be potentially, not with us much longer.
Yes.
I still stand by that because you know what, Jay? They haven't corrected even that, other than they came out and said it's not a heart issue, it's a neck and back deal. And then that was quickly refuted by Us Magazine that said, they had actually talked to or some experts or people, I don't know, they somehow got a hold of somebody that was in the know and validated that it was not a neck and back issue, that indeed it was more like a lung pulmonary / heart issue.
I sent you Miss Beefy Cake.
So when I first came out with this, which was, let me, what, was it now 2 weeks ago? It was a Wednesday, wasn't it? Was it a Wednesday?
Yes, it was a Wednesday. It was a Wednesday. It was the 18th, yes.
So I think it was 2 weeks ago tomorrow.
Yes.
That I first came out with this, and boy, I mean, we got like 1 million hits, and it went viral, and the whole 9 yards, because I'm literally the only person that is being truthful as to what's happening to Hogan. It would be so easy for Hogan's people, whether it be Nick, whether it be Sky, his wife, whether it be Eric Bischoff, whether it be Nick's wife, Tanya, who's got an OnlyFans account, by the way.
Oh, my.
It be somebody that's boots on the ground in the hospital taking a video of Hogan in the condition that he is right now, Tuesday, July 1.
Do you think that they're hoping that the outside noise fizzles out? And so that's why that they're not
hoping
addressing?
that nobody knows the real truth on the outside noise, and they are mad that I do. That I may not be dead on, but I'm sniffing around enough that I got people knowing that this is not a walk in the park. They're having complications. And although I may be wrong on whatever I say is wrong with him, they're having complications.
And you started with, we wish him well, we hope it's all wrong, but this is the information you're getting from a reliable source, and you're just giving your opinion on what information you've been told. That's what reporters do. It used to be called journalism, Bubba.
Yeah, but now it was when Bubba says it, it's,
It's not journalism anymore when you got a good source?
It's a fat ass liar-ism.
Oh.
So, when I first come out with this, Missy, which I think, she has since deleted, on that very first post that I put out.
Oh, the Facebook?
Yeah. Yes. She said, Bubba's not wrong. Bubba's not wrong. Well, first of all, I don't know how she has. First of all, Hogan hates Brutus. Brutus hates Hogan. So you don't, Missy, Jay knows my sources.
I sure do.
Jay knows my sources. And I don't know what your source is, Missy.
What's that little kid she named yesterday?
Oh, Ro. The little
source.
the 7-year-old that goes into Bubba to Hogan's beat shop and acts like Hogan, and you could probably send me a video of it, Lummy, and he tears his shirt off, and then he and by the way, it was funny when he was littler.
He's like a Rizzler. He's like a modern-day Rizzler.
Yeah, he goes around to all the people who does it.
Yeah, and so he did it to Sly Stallone in Philadelphia. Did you see that? Where he learns and memorizes, various parts of Rocky, and he's done it to Sly Stallone, and he obviously does it to Hogan a lot. But now, if Hogan's people, if his inner circle involves a 7-year-old, I think that says a lot about your inner circle. Now, my source, Jay is my attorney. We have attorney-client privilege, but Jay knows my source, and I think it would be safe to say that my source, I wouldn't call it ironclad, but it's about as ironclad as you can get.
And in Florida, interestingly, your source is confidential. There's a specific law in Florida that provides
Is it the
journalism.
Sunshine Act, maybe?
It's part of it, but that provides a reporter with complete confidentiality between their source and the story that they're writing.
Especially when you're not defaming, slander, or lie. Especially when you're giving out information that's truthful.
I had to defend it once for you, if you remember, and we won.
And I don't have to give up my source. Now, if I was saying just totally outlandish things that were defamatory and liable, then your source isn't nearly as protected. Am I not right, Jay?
Yeah.
Because you're committing you're doing something wrong. You're creating wrong. You're disseminating wrong information, incorrect information. So for 2 weeks now, Hogan's camp has had the ability to, listen, Lummy, I think he's got 7.7 million Facebook subscribers. He's got a large social presence.
Yes.
I don't know what he's got on X. I don't know what he's got on Instagram.
2.5 on Insta.
It's funny. People are saying, "Oh, your person's a snitch. Sounds like a great person." What if it's somebody that's actually telling Bubba the truth?
2.1 on X.
What if that everyone they just attack you as the messenger almost invariably without regard to what you're saying? It's unbelievable. Regardless of every topic.
Are they going to thank me when I'm right?
Well, when you are right, they never do.
No, they're right. So, Missy Lessie, I call her Dark Match Barbie. She posts, because she wants to get into this. She wants me to do exactly what I'm doing, and I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be paying her any attention because she's just a ring rat.
No.
And you're not even a ring. In my opinion, you're just a ring rat, and you're not even a ring rat to a top guy. You're a ring rat to a mid-carder. All Ed Leslie ever did was Hogan's drug mule. In my opinion. And Hogan has recently, and maybe you could, I'm sure you could find this, but he went on about when he was still not in the hospital and he was still able to create some content because he was still alive and not being kept alive by machines. Yeah, I said it.
Whoa.
He actually shot on Brutus and said, I get the ragu, there's some
ragu, the pasta sauce.
No, there's some tag team brothers that were like Montreal French, and they were before Hogan and Macho Man and all those guys' times. They were like the 70s, and Hogan has championed them to be in the WWE Hall of Fame. And then he shot on Brutus and said, for God's sake, they put guys that are mid-carders in here. Why wouldn't they put the Roju brothers or something like that? And he actually did. Hogan actually did a video. So listen, Missy Leslie. You're trying to get me to do exactly what I'm doing, and I'm guilty of doing it, but I'm giving you, some of my energy and going to give you, I'm sure you'll get a few clicks or something. But so she comes out when I first, let me make the announcement. And she actually says, and which has now since been taken down by her, Bubba's not wrong. And that's what she said. Bubba's not wrong. So yesterday, Lummy, she comes out first with this video.
Yes.
She comes first with this video.
Okay, so I think that Bubba the Today Sponge needs to take it down a notch.
First of all, nothing screams I am an out-of-gas cougar more than thinking that you have to wear your bracelets that chattel-changle in the background.
Ooh, man,
okay?
that's a lot, dude.
Am I right, Seth?
I don't know why
like,
it's killing me so much.
Yeah. Like you're wearing your flea market charms on, and you, why can't you show us anything lower than your frecked up over skin, too much sun exposure knocks? Why can't you give us like maybe, can we see them?
Can we see the knocks?
No, but like in bathing suit. But let's just take this down. I mean, all this real estate up here on top of your head. Let's move it down and see what those things look like. Okay. I mean, you're all about making sure that we audibly hear your cheap ass sterling silver charms. So like for real.
Fewer wind chimes on a wrist and more frecked up knock shots.
So.
Yeah, less charms and more. Let's see what you're working with on those over sun-exposed knockers of yours.
I think that Bubba the Today Sponge down a notch. Okay.
I think you need to take your lip injections down a notch.
Oh, no. Look at all the attention that he's getting.
Listen, Missy, I am in 4 markets on 7 radio stations. I have, at tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of views on Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, X, TuneIn, Bubba Army HQ. I got 127,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel. I got, nearly 10,000 subscribers on my Rumble. I'm approaching 200,000 on my Facebook. Like, I got a real audience. And what do you got? Nothing.
She got 31 likes on that vid.
You got 31 likes, and maybe listeners could send you some real sterling silver charms, and not those ones you got at the Oldsmar Flea Market.
She got 7,000 followers on TikTok.
With 6 comments and 1 forward.
The forwarders from me.
Medical reports and known like his confidence people. I think people are kayfabing Bubba.
I hate when people that don't know the business start. Listen, hold on. Let me just. Jay, you know my source, and that is an absolute slap in my source's face. Not that I can give my source out. That person and that person would be in the kayfabing this particular information. That's how much you don't know. I think people are kayfabing Bubba. And Bubba's just trying to do this to get clicks. Bitch, I can get clicks without having your stupid ass on, or I don't need to make outlandish statements. My statements that I've said about Hogan are, in my opinion, more truthful than not. And I'm on to something here. I'm the only guy that's reporting this the way it's going down, and they're not refuting me. And every day that he's not available to make a statement only adds to the fact that I feel as if he's being kept alive by machines.
Medical reports and known like his confidence people. I think people are kayfabing Bubba. I think they're lying to make him look like a dick when Hulk Hogan pops up at WrestleMania 10,000, still immortal. And
first, listen, Missy, WrestleMania was in March, and he popped up the one time he did pop up at the Netflix gimmick. That didn't go so swell. He's been canvassing the country selling his beer. That's probably one of the reasons why he's not in good health, because they've been pushing him so hard that he didn't get any rest. He's got more money than he could ever spend in his entire life, and he doesn't need to be on the road 5 days a week. He needs to be at home. If he had spent more time at home enjoying his lovely new wife, enjoying his $50 to $60 million that he's got, he probably wouldn't be kept alive by machines. He has worn himself out. And once you've worn yourself out at 71, your body doesn't snap back and or rubber band back to what it did when you were more rested and more healthy. And at 71, already being, with 25 or 30 different surgeries and 5 different back procedures and 2 different hips and 3 different knees and all of this, he does not need to be in Madison Square Garden walking through what's going to be a new Hulk Hogan sports bar or be in Cleveland in August to kick off his looks like it's not going to do so swell wrestling federation that Lummy, out of a 13,000 seat venue, has sold less than 400 tickets. All these people are jumping on your back and riding you right down to the ground for their gain. They don't have your best interest at heart. Your best interest is to rest. And they've had to put you in a coma to make you rest, because you will not slow down.
And run wild. That's my opinion. So I know that Bubba gave the Hulkster his wife. He lied under oath, gave him the office, etc., etc.
Which goes to show you, Lummy, that she listens to the show, because when I was explaining the Gawker deposition, which, by the way, Jay was my counsel, Hogan gave me the office. I didn't lie. I just told the truth. Gawker thought it was a lie, and they had caught me with a big high spot. But Lummy, I told that story, and it just goes to show you that Missy Leslie is a fan.
Yes.
Thank you, Missy. You just got it wrong. You're on the wrong side of this.
Watch us on our Facebook.
But you did win a new Bubba Army knife when the new shipment comes in.
And Bubba, 380 tickets have been sold.
380.
Yes.
The sex trafficking thing. But honestly, my advice to Bubba the Today Sponge and all the other news medias that are covering Bubba, come on now. You think Bubba's going to know?
And Lummy, she's so jealous because they're covering my, they're covering what I'm saying about this, when she wants to think that her and her mid-card husband should be the experts. Nobody cares about you guys. No, nobody cares about. Hogan has talked crap about your husband, that he was a mid-carder and was just hired to basically haul his weed around the airport, so that when they got busted, it was Brutus the Barber Beefcake, mid-carder, and the top guy didn't get busted.
No. Ro will know before Bubba knows.
That just goes to show you how stupid she is. She's saying the 7-year-old's going to know. So, Lummy, she then responds yesterday to, your Bubba is showing Bubba. I don't know what that means.
I think she misspelled not you are Bubba. You are Bubba
is showing Bubba.
I think she meant to say your Bubba, like to the fans, your Bubba is showing Bubba. I don't know. I'm trying to speak her.
Yours and theirs get difficult as you get older.
Again, you're missing out on the one really important point on this Hogan Gate situation. If you mention that one thing that I know to be true, I would sign off on this, but you're wrong, Bubba. Well, what's that one little Iggy? I don't know. What's the Iggy that you supposedly know? Here's a person that wrote her back, Lummy, that's I like. I regret to report that everything Bubba has reported is spot on. I cannot reveal how I know this because the person would be immediately fired. Terry is in a coma, and it's not looking good. I'm sorry, and it's not looking like the outcome is anything positive. The reason for the silence is obviously because of investor concerns. The new store opening in the Madison Square Garden deal, the beer company, the new wrestling company, and the group of investors to acquire Hooters. Terry's unfortunately feared imminent passing is going to cost many people millions of dollars. So his camp is trying to keep this as quiet as they possibly can, and quite frankly, this is as quiet as they possibly can. Quite frankly, it's wrong because people are investing money in a brand that will soon lose lots of its value. Small font, and I suck at reading. So, again, all of this on what I say about Hogan. And I'm telling you right now, he's still in the hospital. And he is in no way, shape, or form, and anytime soon, going to be able to get out of the hospital. And my sources are telling me that they're concerned about. They're not concerned about the heart valve issue anymore. They're more concerned on the mental damage, brain damage that has happened while Hogan has been struggling to breathe. And his problem is he cannot expel is it carbon dioxide or when you expel, when your lungs expel, you intake oxygen and you expel
carbon monoxide. I think you inhale carbon dioxide and exhale carbon monoxide.
So his lungs are so weak that they at one time had him on a ventilator. I don't know that he's still on a ventilator. I don't know that to be true, but it is when you've gone long periods of time with not being able to expel carbon dioxide, it creates fogginess, non-alertness, and potentially brain damage.
Ooh.
So Hogan is foggy. It's quickly turned into a very serious situation. And it's been serious now for a month. They went in a month ago. They went in and took Hogan in a month ago. And yes, it initially was complications from this neck and back deal. Then it was this heart valve concern. Now it's turned into a pulmonary brain issue. And if I'm lying, then correct me and come out with a video. I mean, again, he probably has, 15, 20 million
Well, you're not lying. This is your opinion based on information you're being told. But if you need to be corrected, then let us know.
Yeah, exactly. If I'm wrong, I'm not lying.
How would you?
I'm not lying to try to lie.
No.
I'm giving you the information that I've been given.
Yes.
And here's the deal. If my information is incorrect, I will gladly correct it to what is correct. I will read any statement from any of Hogan's counsel stating where I'm wrong and what I need to say and what is the truth. Serve me with those papers so that the public knows what's really going on. But when you've been in the hospital for a month and you've been on and off life-saving machines, and when you do wake up from your whatever induced coma, you're foggy, you don't know, you're hallucinating, you don't know what's going on. And at that point, they're assessing the damage that might have been done for however long, pulmonarily wise, you've not been able to expel carbon dioxide. You get into a condition. I forget what it's called, like respiratory acidosis or something like that. And that situation, I looked that up, Lummy, over the weekend, and that's got I think a 64% chance of mortality.
Ooh.
So, again, please send me the proper date. Send me some type of documentation to tell me that I'm wrong. Bubba, you are so wrong on this, and this. And Hogan's going to be out of the hospital in 2 weeks from now. And he is up and alert Do you know how easy it would be, Lummy? I mean, he shoots videos every day.
All the time.
When he's out and about, he shoots videos every day. From him down in his gym going, oh, yeah, I'm going to tell you right now. I was Macho Man.
I was going to say, that's a little Macho Man.
Let me tell you something, brother.
There you go.
I'm going to be at Hogan's Beach Club tonight, Monday, and I'm tired of the out-of-towners coming in here and taking the locals' belt. We got to get this belt back to the locals. Roe's going to be there. Nick's going to be there. I'm going to be there. My wife, Sky's going to be there. We've got to. Oh, yeah. It's 4th of July. Buy my beer, too. The real American beer. The only real American beer. I mean, we got videos every day of him. So shoot a video. And you know what? We understand he's in the hospital and he'll be in a gown and with some machines hooked up, and we get it. We understand that, and for that we are sorrowful. We are encouraged. We would love. We would. I think it would be. I think we could collectively say that all of us collectively, who at one time or another has had Terry in our lives, love him and want him to pull through this. And so give us some hope, because my stuff that I say doesn't sound too hopeful.
Not at all.
And I'm not trying to sound that way. That's just the intel that I'm getting. So prove me wrong and set me straight and send me a video from, or post, don't send it to me, post it on your Facebook, Instagram, whatever you got. You got 2.5 on Instagram. You got, 7.7 million on Facebook?
Yes.
I don't know what you got on X.
2.1.
2.1 million. I mean, you got 12 million people that follow you. Give us some glimpse of hope. Instead of posting videos that are 5 months old, give us something that says July 1st, 2025 from the, I'm not going to mention the hospital. I know which hospital he's at, but I'm not going to. From a Bay Area hospital near you, here's Hulk Hogan. He's on a few machines, but he's clear enough and he's coherent enough to be able to wish you and yours a happy 4th. And while you're celebrating responsibly, go out and get his new beer, which is the Real American Beer. It's a light lager, and it's, people like it. But them not saying anything makes me look more and more correct.
But if he's facing potential brain damage with what you're hearing and what you believe, then why would they do a video?
Because they can't. You're right. They cannot do one. So. Right. They can't do one.
They're not challenging. I mean, they came out with the initial statement that he was in there for, neck and back and all that, but I don't think that the Hogan family, they're not challenging what you're saying.
So then the people that, every post, Lummy, when we put a short up or we put any information with regards to what information I have about Hogan, everybody, including Missy Leslie,
yes,
the ring rat, in my opinion.
What would
it comes out with a fat ass, he nailed your wife, you're a cuckold, nobody believes you, you're a liar, Hogan's fine, his people said. First of all, I think we've established, can you believe anything that his people said? And the last time that they spoke was 2 weeks ago. And every day for the past 2 weeks, I've addressed this issue in some way, shape, or form. Have I not?
Yes, you have.
Okay. So I'm giving you the intel that I'm getting it every day.
What would make you feel validated in this story? Because I feel like every day you're fighting to try to prove to people that you're right. But the only way ultimately you could be proven right is if something happens, bad to the Hulkster.
Here's the deal. I'm only going to be proven right when, like you said, something bad happens. I think they're playing it wrong. I think Hogan's camp is playing it wrong. The unknown is fueling my fire, which I'd love for them to extinguish my fire. I'd love for them to have some evidence or some type of statement with regards to what's really happening. We know that this is far greater. Their initial reports, Lummy, and the only thing they've come out with is he's fine. He's not on death's doorstep. Nobody's been asked to come say goodbye. He is having complications from a neck and back procedure. That's all they've said, right?
That's it.
Well, I think we've proved it to be wrong, because if he was having complications from a neck and back surgery, I don't think you would be in the hospital for now going on 5 weeks. Right?
It looks like, the last time it looks like he's been seen was Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, Memorial Day weekend, which was what?
Month?
5 weeks ago?
About 5 weeks ago, yeah.
5 weeks ago. So just give us an update. Just give us an update. And for you people I'm not trying to cause problems. I'm trying to be a journalist that has a history with this guy, that knows his family, that still has some insight, and report to you in a journalistic way a health condition from arguably one of the most popular people in the planet. If this was Michael Jordan, or this was LeBron James, or this was Roman Reigns, or John Cena, or Stone Cold Steve Austin, or The Undertaker, and I had this inside information, I would be giving it to you then too. It's my responsibility as a person that's a journalist, syndicated radio host, content provider, whatever I am or am not. I have information that nobody will refute. So what does that do with regards to the validity of my information? If the only time they refuted it was day 1, 2 weeks ago, and that was debunked by Us Magazine, and they've circled the wagons and not said a word since, doesn't that validate what I'm saying? And all I'm saying is, before I go into words, is please prove me wrong. Send me something that I can sink my teeth into, that I can report. Send me some good information that's valid, that's been shot in the last day or so, that will show me Hogan alive and kicking, alive and alert.
Please.
Otherwise, I'm right, you're wrong. I mean, you can hate on me all you want, but are you
talking to the haters?
I'm talking to everybody. But what advantage do I have to gain to be reporting this grave information, this very not so positive health information with regards to my former best friend, the godfather of my son, who, yes, I was involved in a scandal with, and we don't talk anymore, but I still deep down care for him. I'm going to cry. I'm going to be sad when he does pass. But I've been given information that he's not doing too well. What advantage do I have to be lying right now, other than to look stupid and only validate what people are already saying about me? That I'm a fraud, that I'm a fake, that I'm a liar. People are saying very bad things about me and I'm not making outlandish things up. I'm just giving you the medical information that I have received through very reliable sources. And you can't hate on me for that. I'm trying to give you the inside scoop. I'm trying to give you what they won't give you. But until they say something, you got to go with me. There's nothing else out there. I'm the only one reporting it.
That's it.
So, Jay, I would love for his counsel today to get a hold of you and say, hey, Jay, here's what's really going on. Can you have Bubba read the following statement? And you would say, absolutely, I will. And I would say in a prepared statement by their counsel and my counsel, "Hi, I'm Bubba the Love Sponge, and I said the following things, boom, 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 that are not true." Mr. Terry Bollea, better known as Hulk Hogan's counsel, has provided my counsel with the necessary medical documentation and a video of Hulk Hogan eating applesauce today in bed, saying his prayers and eating his vitamins. And I was wrong. I was absolutely wrong. And for that, I am sorry. I am sorry for giving wrong medical information about Terry Bollea. I apologize, and moving forward, I will try to better vet the information I get. Right? I mean, that's the protocol, Jay, as to how it would happen.
100%.
They get a hold of you, they tell you and prove to you that I'm wrong.
Yep.
We're just not going to take their word for it.
Under Florida law, you get a 770 notice letter. It gives you 10 days to look into what they've said and to provide a correction or a retraction.
And if they just call you up and say, "Jay, Bubba's a lying piece of shiz," and tell him to shut up because it's not true, you're going to say, "That's not a problem. I have no problem with that. I'll tell Bubba to shut up right now, but can you send me documentation refuting the fact that he's wrong?"
Right. Whereas I've sent 770 letters before, and by providing proof, the statements were retracted, and that's it.
Yep. I'll retract everything. I'll tell you what I know, what they tell me to say. I'll tell you what I read, what they tell. "Dear Bubba, you must say the following. You are so very sorry for misleading the public. You're a fat piece of shiz. You are a liar because Hulk Hogan's out playing pickleball today at noon."
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Trade Heather's been instructor. All those vitamins ruined his heart. Well, we were on front from 7 to 8, so we got that commercial in during that time. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. I got it. Just give me a second. I got it. That's right. It's something Heather's been instructor. Heather's been instructor. I think he had some kind of cancer.
We got him backed into a corner, Jay. They got to come out and tell you.
Jay's not in here.
Oh, it's not?
No.
But I mean, they got to. I mean, they if you want to shut me up,
They're scrambling. I want probably to.
if you want to shut me up, then shut me the fuck up. Shut me the fuck up.
Hey, let me
Colton hear the heat?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He's extremely sorry. He didn't know how to book the court, but him and Macho had a talk. He was very sorry.
How about my button?
He said he doesn't know. Him and Macho then went into a whole chat. He was asking a bunch of questions to Macho, so he said that, but he also said that he won't be doing anything like that up on the board. Doing any kind of.
Hey Jay.
Yeah.
I was saying, like, we're telling them, fucking service up.
Yeah.
Like we're saying,
You're
listen.
trying to be accurate. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'll be the first motherfucker to say, okay, I was wrong about this, and upon correction, I'm sorry. Blah blah.
Somebody just said Diddy verdict watch. I wonder if it's already gone. I know it's gone to them. I'll be curious. They had a bunch of questions.
Oh, they had
They had a bunch of questions.
Yeah, I gotta get to that.
They already had a hung juror?
I thought they had one.
As far as I knew this morning on the way in, it was still with the jury. They had a question about a juror, but they hadn't.
Yeah, I gotta get into that. I got that. I'm gonna get into it. Here it is.
And then I'm hearing the closing argument that Diddy's group gave was pretty damn strong, is what I'm hearing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I heard it was pretty
impactful. Now, Jay, if he walks on.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios, aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army, first day of the month. And Lummy, we're officially halfway done with 2025. Some information that I had today, just off the top of my head.
You were nailing it today.
Today, Clem Kush. Seth, you wanna go? I kind of like it when I walk Jay out, and then you do your little thing, and then we just jump in like 15.
That works for me.
Is that good with you?
Yep.
You got pigmentation today?
I do.
They're coming in probably a little bit early.
No, they'll probably come at 12.
Okay.
I think they said they were bringing Nick the Gun Guy.
Nick the Gun Guy.
Yeah, here's. Let me just address this.
I've been trying to get them to bring the crack lady back in, and they said next week. They said they're going to bring Nick the Gun Guy in this week.
Oh, like as a guest?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
So let me just address this particular situation. By the way, I love Nick the Gun Guy. He's Bubba Army royalty. He's Hall of Famer. Is he Hall of Famer?
No, he's not. No.
Probably will be. Well, I don't know. You may not, but now.
Oh no.
But if you're a fan of the show, or you're the inner circle, or you're the royalty, or you're just whatever, and Nick the Gun Guy certainly probably checks most of those boxes, and you're trying to get to be a guest on one of the ancillary shows, I don't know. I think I need to know about that, and I don't necessarily know if I like it.
Oh, really? They just normally. I mean,
I'm not trying to create any heat right now.
No, I'm saying because most of the time, they just have somebody with them at the door, and then I have to figure out if they're just coming to hang out or if they're going to actually participate on the show. But they had given me a heads up that Nick was going to come this. I haven't talked to Nick. They said they were going to bring him.
Is Nick become friends of theirs?
Yeah, he goes down there. He goes down there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's a little bit different, knowing that Nick goes down there and gets his hair cut and he's a customer of theirs.
Yeah.
That puts a little different spin on it. But I don't want fans cutting deals with ancillary shows for you to drape your ass in here and be necessarily on my network. And I'm not saying that in a bad way, because I don't have any problem with Nick under those conditions. But I just can't have everybody calling, next thing you know, hard telling on me.
All right, so we'll.
I got Big Red coming on next week.
Yeah, Big Red
with Iggy next week.
Yeah, and they don't even let me know. They just cut a deal behind my back.
I don't know if there's any deals, but they do like Nick. I think he does.
Give some guns.
I think he.
I mean, they're black guys. They like guns. Nick's got guns. It makes sense.
Pretty easy.
Seth.
And Nick made like the white privilege cards, and I think he gave them to, Nick's always making stuff. So
Sure. Okay, I don't got a problem with Nick. Just whatever. Let's just burn a little bit of a timeout. I'm running a little hot today.
So you're telling me I can't have Permagrom on next week?
No.
Shout out to Permagrom. He didn't know. He's fine.
So Jay had heard in his legal circles that P. Diddy's defense team absolutely had some unbelievable. The news media really didn't cover it much.
That should tell you something.
And you're right. But that P. Diddy's legal counsel had some really strong closing remarks with regards to, before they threw it to the jury, obviously you have your closing arguments, and P. Diddy's team nailed it. That's what Jay and
that's
his little
word on the street in the legal arena.
In the legal arena. And Jay, you're right. Maybe that's why the media didn't, because it's not sexy saying, hey, here on ABC, breaking news, but P. Diddy, with the strong closing arguments, brought up some unbelievable points that people that were in the courtroom are saying, P. Diddy could walk. That nobody wants to report. They have positioned P. Diddy to be a bad guy, and once you're a bad guy, because I'm a bad guy, once you're a bad guy, life changes. You get screwed with every step of the way. Your family gets screwed with. Your business gets screwed with. You get screwed with. You'll never get another. P. Diddy, even if he walks on this deal, will never get another. He'll be blackballed.
He's been in jail for nearly a year.
I know. So here's supposedly, not only did P. Diddy's legal team absolutely had some brilliant closing arguments, which is what the jury's deliberating now, but there's a big whodunit on the jury, and one of the jurors is, I'm hearing reports, is disruptive, and they've sent a letter. The jury foreman has sent a note to the judge. Here's a report from, of course, the most masculine reporter out there, Perez Hilton.
Yes, he is.
Oh boy. Aye. Hello, my fam. It is Perez, the queen of all media, the original influencer, and your number one source for everything Diddy drama. The jury was charged today, and deliberations began after Judge Subramanian read through all of the charges and what it would take to convict. However, after deliberating in the federal...
I don't think, Jay, the verdict form was public. And isn't usually that a public piece of information that the media or the public is allowed to see, is the jury verdict form?
I don't know that it's been kept private. I just haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Trial where he is facing charges of trafficking, racketeering, and prostitution. The jury was chatting, contemplating for a little bit over an hour only when a note went into the courtroom from the jury. The note from the jury reads, quote,
this is the note.
We have a juror, number 25, who we are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. The foreperson also asked to speak with the judge or that the juror be interviewed.
So, Jay, what could be happening here? You got a guy or a girl, the juror number 25, and they've sent word back to Your Honor for him to either intervene and talk, or what potential could the person just be like, listen, so adamantly already made their mind up, like they're going
one way or the other.
Right.
Like the whole jury could be like, we think that the
We wanna
elements
talk
of the
this
law
out.
have been proven, and this person could say, no, I don't care what the judge's instructions are. I don't think he's guilty.
Right.
Or it could be going the other way, where they found a not guilty, and there's 11 people in there, and there's one person holding out saying, I don't care what you guys say. This guy's a creep who beats on women, and he's guilty.
Right.
And so what they're saying is
they-
he won't follow the instructions of the judge, which means to unemotionally apply the facts to the law. That's usually, I think, to a defendant's favor.
This
in my guesstimation.
this early on, 1 hour into it, they're already having this big whodunit. What do you think now? Does this report tell us what the judge does?
Put the juror back in the box. Said go back to it.
The foreperson is juror number 5, a 42-year-old mother, and a person of color. Juror number 5 is a mom with 2 kids. During the jury selection process, she told the lawyers she prefers getting her news by word of mouth. She said she got a ticket 15 years ago for carrying an open.
What is this? Is this the 1700s where you got to go down and see what's hopping?
What in the
down to the saloon? Got to go down to the saloon and find out what the.
I just let them on the subway. They just tell me what's going on.
What Haas Cartwright say is going on?
No wonder people believe stuff on
and
Facebook.
Said that she is generally familiar with the allegations against Diddy. So who's the juror that's being problematic today?
25?
I got you covered. Juror number 25
So this is going to be interesting, Jay, to see what type of person this is.
Mm-hmm.
Is a 51-year-old male from Manhattan who has a PhD in molecular biology and neuroscience.
Oh.
He's a veterinarian who lives in Manhattan with his domestic partner, a freelance graphic designer.
Huh.
Does that mean he's gay?
I assume.
All right, so he's a gay vet. He's a gay veterinarian.
He might know the Punisher.
Yeah.
He listens to classical music and opera, and his hobbies include art, science, cooking, and the outdoors.
I'm telling you, Jay, this is how I got
That's a walking college.
This is how I score it. Right now, I could be 100% wrong, but I think that the jury are leaning towards he's going to get off, going to let him go, and this guy's like, nope. I'm locked in on this guy having done it. You ain't going to change my mind. I'm as educated, more so than any of yous. I got that. That's how I see this, because usually something that's happening this quickly, a quick return, and this was only an hour into deliberations, and they're already having. So if you're an hour and you're already kind of jiving, to me that is a not guilty. The faster this jury comes back, the more it probably favors P. Diddy. The longer that it goes, and Jay, this is completely down your alley. You can agree or disagree. This is just my opinion. I think the longer that it goes, the worse it is for P. Diddy, and the sooner it gets back, the better it is for him. Is that how it would go, you think, legally?
Well, it's funny. In criminal and civil, it's a little different. In civil, we think that the longer they're taking, they're trying to calculate the money they're going to give you.
Right.
And in criminal, we think the longer it takes, that maybe the more questions they have. So it's either going to be a quick verdict, which is usually a not guilty.
Right.
Or they're really wrestling with these instructions, and they just can't get there. Like with that kid that shot the person. What the hell was
Rittenhouse?
that? Rittenhouse. Like the Rittenhouse one. That one took a bit. So this may take a minute, and if they apply the law to the facts, we'll see what happens.
If he's innocent, though, Bubba, are you really going to think it's unfair if he's blackballed? I mean, I haven't really been in this case since the first 3 days.
I could care less.
He's
a piece of shit.
I let God judge, but he's going to be in the back of the line for heaven. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm not digging P. Diddy. I'm not going to be the kind of guy that says, "Hey, listen, man, he was cleared by a jury of his peers, and I got to live with that." I'm going to be like, he got lucky, because he's a piece of shiz.
And
much like people, but you know what? That's probably what people think about me.
And I don't condone the lifestyle that he lived, but that's the argument, is that they were in a lifestyle, that she was involved in the lifestyle with him, and that was part of the whole consensual idea.
Yep.
Now, two things can be right at the same time, because I agree with Seth. This is reprehensible, horrific behavior, even the consensual part, not just the wife beating, which is absolutely unacceptable, but just looking at the perversions that they were into, it's pretty effed up, man. There's not a lot of people doing it much freakier than that.
And then the video.
It's unbelievable.
A lot of times, man, as a lawyer, Jay, how many times in your career you've been in a jury trial and the video pretty much did all your work for you?
If you have a video, it always does.
Like, for instance, I think I can bring it up because I think it's settled.
Yeah.
Did the motorcycle semi-deal?
Yeah.
Okay. With that particular incident, it would have been such a harder case for you had you not had that piece of video.
100%.
That piece of video, not that your legal skills didn't win, but that piece of video was the cherry on top of the cake that was irrefutable based on the trucker says he wasn't speeding. No, I mean, that video showed it all, and that is probably, again, there's cases that you've had where you just hit play and the video, the Cassie video getting
that could be the nail in the coffin with this guy.
Beat up at the hotel, at the elevator banks. That's bad. You can't get around that.
That's one of the worst videos I've honestly ever seen, other than that elevator one where the football player beats the hell out of his wife. Those two are, man, that's domestic violence being a fly on the wall. It's hard to watch.
Medicine and is a gay man. He lives with his boyfriend. Happy Pride. He's being very problematic already, according to the forewoman. The jury consists of 8 men and 4 women. And I don't know if this will help him or not, but the majority of the folks on the jury are older. It'll be interesting to see how the judge responds to this note from the jury today. Hi.
Can the judge roll in there, Jay, and say, listen, and kind of interview what the problem is and not discipline, but encourage them to stop the nonsense? That's what the judge doesn't want this to blow the case. Right? The judge is trying to salvage this at all costs,
yes.
Right?
And the judge tries to avoid being a direct intervener. He doesn't want to do anything which could be perceived as trying to skew the scales one way or the other. And so that's why he's asking questions in writing.
Can the judge physically go in where they're deliberating and keep it straight down the middle, meaning not one way or the other, but saying, men and women of the jury, you've got to learn how to get along. You've got to learn how to argue. You've got to learn how to wade through this in a fair type of way. That's the only advice I can give you. But you've got to learn how to work this out.
That would typically be done in writing. The question comes out in writing, and then the judge would typically agree. The lawyers would agree on something. Well, what are you going to say? The court is going to say that we answer the question in this way, and you need to go back in there and use your best efforts to try to apply the facts to the law. There's not going to be much interaction because, guess what? Jurors are intimidated by judges.
Yeah.
And if a judge comes in the room and says, go do this, you're going to, oh my God, you're going to go do it.
Most intimidating judge ever. Judge Whittemore, federal judge. I was in front of. Whew, so scared of him.
Why would he do?
He just was a federal judge. Wow. And I kept looking up there and be like, oh my God, I'm in federal court. What is going on?
Stop this
and
now.
Federal court, man, isn't this little popsicle stand state court. When you go to federal court, it's just like TV, where the judge is on this really big, there's big marble columns behind him, and he has he's literally 4 or 5 feet, taller than you are.
Yeah, the courtrooms are imposing, aren't they?
The courtrooms are just like you see in TV. Whereas state court, they're like little courtrooms, little baby courtrooms. But the other one, he sits like, Lummy, I'm not kidding you, he's at least from here to the back wall of where the Hall of Famers. That's the closest you can get to him.
Whoa! And
It's almost like Wizard of Oz, like where he's way back there and stuff.
And he's high up.
He's way high up. Yeah.
Verdict this week, but now potentially that is in question. And it should be noted that earlier today, Judge Subramanian excused the alternate jurors.
So now, Jay, any effery, you don't have any alternate jurors to step in that have listened to the entire case in its entirety because he's already excused them, not thinking he's going to have an issue.
Told them they do not need to come to court while the main panel deliberates, but warned the 5 remaining alternates that they must remain reachable in case they are called to join the main panel. That might have.
Do you know how rich, like whoever looks the best of these jurors, whoever looks the best, is the best communicator, can tell the best story, is going to get a big book deal. Don't you agree?
For sure.
Happen now. The judge also told the alternates that were excused to continue following the court's rules about avoiding media coverage and discussing the case. I will come back and give you some updates as soon as we have them. Until then, I am Perez, the queen of all media, the original influencer, and your number one source for everything Diddy drama.
Mm-hmm. When we come back, the big, beautiful bill, people are freaking out over it. Elon supposedly has stated that he was going to, any Republicans that voted for this big, beautiful bill, he was going to,
ensure they don't get reelected during midterms.
Primary.
That's right.
Yeah, potential opponents, right, Seth?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and that's not cool.
No.
That's not cool.
And you saw Brian Koberger pled guilty in the Idaho murders?
Yeah. They're like, we'll definitely get to those two things. We got the Trump versus Elon kind of deal, and we got the Idaho. Did he kill 3 or 4?
4.
He killed 4, 2 girls and
3 girls and a boy.
3 girls and a boy, and he took a plea deal for life in prison as long as they took the death off. Yep. I just prefer to die. Who wants to live in prison the rest of your life? I mean, being dead's just like being asleep, and I love being asleep.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
The families are pissed.
Yeah. They didn't want him to, make a,
Yeah, they don't want to make a deal.
yeah. They wanted the death penalty.
And you think about how much it's going to cost to keep this fuck stick alive. He's a kid. He's like 28 years old or something, maybe 30.
Fuck him.
So he'll be alive in prison for 40 years. Yeah, man, I'd be pissed if I was a parent. I'd be real pissed. Juror number 6 is late, Johnny Z. Fraley? Really? That's not good. I think you may be onto something there, Erwin Flesher. The art of distraction.
6 to 6 is 12. So 7, 8.
All right, guys, we got 1 hour to get 862. We need 148 or 138 likes. Let's get there. You know the shit I'll hear from my brother Dan if we don't get there? Come on now. What's up, the Jim Lockwood Show? Yes, they can. We did. Or they can just accept the full plea without any type of limitations.
Well, I just IM'd Donald Trump talking about Musk this morning when he was getting ready to go to Florida.
Oh, okay. I saw that upstairs. He addressed it?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's a little bit of a swerve.
Well, actually, they asked him if he was going to deport Elon.
They did?
Yeah.
They're so fucking stupid. God, the media is stupid.
Where's Lockwood? I got your email, Lockwood. I think that sounds like a splendid idea.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Oh, I got one more for Dan over here.
Bobby Bonilla gets his 1.1 million today.
Oh, that's right, today. And how many more years is
10.
that? Huh?
He has 10 more years.
10 more.
Yeah.
Nah. Wasn't there one other guy that Mets did that with? Or one other guy that the league did it with? Or, I mean, I'm sorry, teams did it with?
You know, for me, Steve, it's
I know Bobby Bonilla is the most
else,
famous.
I just get the satisfaction.
I am not sure. Where is Bonilla, man? He should do an interview this time of year.
He usually does. Usually pops up and.
Man, like I just want to know. I just want to find out, how he's doing.
He's got like,
Well, I'm sure he's doing well.
Well, I mean, yeah,
he's got like 10 kids.
Does he?
Yeah, he got a ton.
Why not?
Well, then he probably needs this money to pay for motherfucking child support. He probably tells each baby mama, "I'll get you on July 2nd."
Oh, jeez.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show. Before I get into, Trump, before he boarded his plane, Air Force One, to head on down here to Alligator Alcatraz, which is probably there by now. I bet you Air Force One's fast as hell.
I bet it lands right on that big ass strip too. How cool is that?
But you know what they probably needed to have done, Jay? They needed to have done pressure checks on that pavement because Air Force One's extremely heavy. Because it has some type of missile system and stuff like that. So in order to land that, because if they landed and all of a sudden a big hunk of concrete hunks up, and next thing you know flips the plane, right?
Not a good thing.
So I'm sure they did They did like concrete density tests.
For sure. Well, if it was designed to be capable of landing supersonic jets, then it should be fine
But
for
10 years
the weight of
deterioration of 10 years.
I'm sure they
been,
checked
you
it.
know, you know. Did you know that when the president flies, no matter where he flies, the Secret Service is there 3-4 days before, and they won't even they protect his fuel source. People don't know this, but one of the things that, well, we know, Jay, you know, a plastic surgeon that Dan knows that put the wrong fuel in his plane when he was ferrying in a plane and he died in Kokomo, Indiana. Remember that?
Yep.
Well, fuel is, you know, one of the most important things in your plane. So they just don't take it when they refuel Air Force One. They just don't take it down to the FBO and say, "Hey, signature, go ahead and fill it up." They actually bring their own tanker in and then have it guarded with armed guards for 24/7, so they know it's the right fuel. Did you know that?
I didn't, but it does not surprise me.
Yeah.
They're not getting it from VP?
No, they're not getting it from, the local FBO. So let me, before I go into the Trump is headed down here, he had a little press conference before. They asked him about the Elon situation. I wanted to play this. This is, we're very, very pro-Leo, from our charity rides that we do and various things. This is quite sad. It's the procession of emergency vehicles taking the two firefighters that were ambushed. Was it Idaho?
Yeah.
Yes.
In Idaho. And it's them, they're obviously dead. But they're taking the bodies to the medical examiner, to start the process of, getting it prepared for the family and things like that. And this is they could have just loaded them up in an ambulance and taken them, but they gave them like a hero's.
They should.
Oh, they should. They really should.
Firefighters, they sign up for risks and for a very dangerous job. They don't sign up for being shot and killed.
No.
They're not cops. They're there to rescue people in situations.
Such a rare, and it's you really got to be a sick son of a bitch. I can see where you can have a problem. You're a dude that's a problematic, and you don't like cops because some cops hemmed you up when you're a kid, and there are some people that genuinely don't like cops. Okay, I get it, but there's such a small percentage of people that have nobody.
How do you not like a firefighter?
How do you not like a firefighter? He's the guy that's either in that ambulance or on that fire truck that's going to try to help you. You only call those guys when you need them. You just don't call them to, come over and check your sprinkler system.
I mean, there's a 20-year-old psycho that
yeah, I know.
Did this.
I know.
He wanted to be a firefighter, apparently.
Yeah.
He was a pussy.
Pussy.
Oh, full helicopter. When I see that, it makes me, and this is going to bring a tear to your eye, but it makes me think of how gracious Chad Chronister and the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department was in their motorcycle unit when they gave your dad a procession for your father.
It made me think of the same thing.
And it's just like, wow, that was so Chad Chronister didn't have to do that. And, most private citizens don't get that. And your dad was, such a hero to the community that they did that for you. And that was just you'll never forget how absolutely cool that was for them to do that. All the police officers, volunteered their time. They weren't on overtime. They went out and
they did it for free.
Yep. It was great.
Yeah.
The rest. We got a lot of hostages back, but we're going to talk about that. I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But
he's saying, hey, Elon, don't be strong arming these these Republicans that's going to vote for my big beautiful bill, and well, you get subsidies. Tesla gets subsidies. SpaceX gets subsidies. Don't make Doge get up on your ass. God, these two, you know what? It's not healthy for our country to have these two at odds.
But are they really, or is this a swerve to help this big beautiful bill get across the desk? Last time it was just long enough to be a distraction.
It doesn't seem like it would be helpful that Elon's, threatening people that vote for it.
Yeah.
But there's only one or two people that are not voting for it. Tom Tillis he's already agreed to not run again. So there's like Rand Paul and maybe a couple of people. And so, Trump is a boss as far as being the executive. You're the legislature. I'm the president. This is what I'd like you to do. If you don't do it, there's going to be consequences. That's just the way he's running his executive branch. It's the same thing that Biden did when they got his big Inflation Reduction Act, otherwise known as the Green New Scam, across the table. Took him weeks. Remember, Joe Manchin had to come in, Kristen Sinema. It took weeks for Joe Biden to get it done, or I should say his bureaucracy of Joe Biden to get it done. And so we're just watching it in real time.
Joe didn't know.
He had no idea.
They were telling Joe what to do.
So, I think it's interesting. Everyone thought
remember the time Joe tried to get on a bike and he had listen, everybody that has a bike, Jay has a performance bike, they got those little toe clips.
Yep.
And you don't it's sketch.
Don't put toe clips on a 79-year-old man's bicycle.
But here's the deal, man. It's sketch.
That's easy.
Even by the most able-bodied people like Jay and Dan who drive a bike with toe clips, it's sketch.
Yeah.
When you have to slow down and maybe stop, you got to start getting your toes out of the clips, anticipating the fact that you may have to stop, and because if not, your toes get stuck in the clips and you fall over like it's laughing.
Yep.
Remember, that's what he did.
Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out. The rest. We got a lot of hospitals.
You know what this says, which is really interesting, Bubba, is, Elon Musk is the president when Doge was there. They kept saying how, he's not really the president. Elon Musk is the president. He's acting as the vice president. All that Trump's doing is going to be for the benefit of the billionaires. As soon as Elon stepped out of step, Trump says, okay, I'm going to Doge you. I mean, does that seem like somebody who's getting a tremendous amount of benefit from being friends with Trump?
I just wish these two would get along. Yeah. It gives the naysayers just some traction, By the way, so Elon reports on his X, not only on his X, but Lemmy on the platform that he owns.
That's right.
On his X.
Yeah, literally, you could say on his X. Every member of Congress who championed on reducing government spending and then immediately voted for the biggest debt increase in history should hang their head in shame, and they will lose their primary next year if it's the last thing I do on this earth.
So, two things. It's also the largest debt reduction bill ever. And so when they're talking about these numbers, they're not taking into consideration the growth in GDP. If what Trump's economic team happens, what they suspect will happens, then the growth in GDP will make up for it, and there won't be this deficit over 10 years. Now, that's a big if, but last time it worked when he did this.
So did it get voted?
They're in the vote-a-rama right now where the Senate's putting in whatever pieces they want to put in.
Are they trying to pork it up?
Yes. And then it goes back to Congress.
The Senate's trying to pork it up.
Yes.
And then it goes back to Congress, and they'll either, can they depork it, or do they have to take the pork?
They can modify it slightly, but they can't do too much, and then it goes to the president's desk.
With potentially the pork added.
Yeah. And so that's one of the big, conflicts between the House and the Senate, which are the two bodies of the legislature. And it is, the House wants more reduction in spending. And the senators are afraid that if you reduce more in spending, they're going to say, oh, you're trying to cut people off of health care and you're trying to cut people off of Medicaid and Medicare. And so that's the rub right there is how much can you cut without people vilifying you, and how much can you spend without it being reckless.
And finally, now, Lummy, hard telling how many public dollars paid for this Argentine artist to come up with what looks like a foot, but has the mechanics of a penis. And this is outside of a New York sky. I don't know if this is a governmental building or what. Here, it probably gives me the New York erects a 10-foot pink foot fountain that can squirt water out the tip. The sculpture was created by Argentine artist Mike Rothenberg. Mika Rothenberg. New Yorkers can squirt people by activating the pedals across the sculpture. Seth, just when you didn't know what to buy Sammy for Christmas, you got an idea where she'd be the talk of the neighborhood, where kids could just go up and press one of the toenails and get squirted.
Yeah, I would love to erect a giant dick in my neighborhood.
Right.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Yeah, I get him a bouncy house. I'm not getting a big dick.
Pippi Short Circuit, PA, I don't think that's true. I believe that the majority of the tax benefits go to the middle class, and if I'm correct, there are no additional tax reductions for people who are in higher earning brackets. But, I'm trying to look at the actual data.
There's tons?
It is, but I wonder what's shooting out the top of it. They need
water.
Nickelodeon. They need Nickelodeon gel coming out of it.
There's little pink things. There's supposed to be mouth and tongues.
Ew. So gross. What's up, Seth?
Seth's Hemi.
Maybe Bubba Poop. Interesting.
Seth's Hemi.
So I'm going to follow up with this dick squirter.
Yes.
Then I'm going to go into the big beautiful bill gimmick. We covered the click, Trump versus Elon.
Yes.
We got 40 minutes for 100 likes, guys.
I think you're going to be okay. Oh, I want to talk about this too.
Oh yeah, please. We need to,
I really want to talk about this. This pisses me the fuck off.
Gas prices.
This really pisses me off.
Look at inflation. Look at wages. Look at all the things that are important for blue collar people, because nothing so far has been a benefit to anybody else right now. They're trying to get more trades jobs. They're trying to get. The wages are up for.
Is the lower number for weighted score better? Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so the lower number is better, right? Like the 3.25 is better than the 6.25.
I would imagine.
Yeah, the lower number is best.
But I think that.
And that's what I think they ranked them by.
There's no great legislation ever. There's going to absolutely be stuff in there that
by the weighted score.
That you don't like.
So is this Paige Beckers? Is she over?
Cracker Chris 79.
Yeah.
She must be, because fans rank her second, players rank her fourth. Bunch of, you know what? The absolute definition of jealous bitches.
I don't want middle class people to pay more in taxes. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. That's not helping guys like me. It's helping people that need it. No tax on Social Security. God, that's the best thing ever for old people. I think spending's still out of control. And my hope would be that after the second midterm, if he continues with another Republican House and Senate, that he'll really aggressively address spending that.
Sets heavy made Bubba. What's up?
I don't mind talking to him, though. I respect him. I'm from PA.
What's up, Sicilian Redneck?
I'm not afraid to debate, talk about the subject, and admit when I'm wrong.
Hell yeah, redneck. See you there, buddy. See you there.
That's funny, Suzuki. Sorry.
What are they going to do with TJ Watt, Seth?
They're going to give him his fucking money.
How about the guy from
What's up, Dan?
Cincinnati?
What's up, Seth? Trey Hendrickson?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with him.
You think that could actually be a trade?
Bengals aren't going to pay anymore.
No, but they haven't signed him or their first round pick.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me just to follow up on the squirting. This is not a penis.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a foot. And you press a toenail and it squirts you. Now, I swear to God, that doesn't look like a leg.
Well, I mean, it's weird that a mouth with tongues coming out of the leg.
Yeah,
it's a
so
little...
like, you know, this is a penis that some smart ass covered their ass by hooking it onto a foot. And so it tries to throw us off because you see the big toe and the little toe and all, you see all 5 toes there. And those are the buttons that you hit to make it squirt. But this is, again...
There's no calf that looks like that one except for maybe my little bony-ass calf.
Yeah, and yours doesn't have tongues coming out your calf.
It doesn't.
So you're covered by that. So let me, if you... there is no...
Ew.
And like if I worked in that office building, I'd be like, not a lot offends me. I mean, like I can drive by an abortion billboard and it doesn't offend me. I can, but... And I wouldn't be offended by this, but I would be like, I don't want this outside my office building.
It's New York. That's what people love about it.
Like that's a penis. That is absolutely a penis.
Veins and all.
Look at the gland. It's gland-like up top.
Do you wish you could feel it?
I wish I could go take a chainsaw to it.
Well, it's going to be there for a whole year.
What?
And Lummy, how much did they pay the artist?
Oh my God!
I'm trying to look that up.
That's unbelievable.
So I sent you the building, the building behind it. They put out a post about it and how proud they are of it.
Oh, the building behind it?
Well, yeah, it's the High Line, New York City. Yeah,
the building that it's in front of.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So it says, "Hi." It says we're putting our best foot fountain forward for the High Line. Micah Rottenberg presents the colorful foot fountain pink, a 10-foot tall sculpture of a pink foot and lower leg topped with a sprinkler activated by pedals installed nearby.
Oh, it's like an exercise thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you got to pedal to get the water out.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe, maybe I like it. But is there only one pet? Like they should have like...
No, there's only one pedal.
Yeah, like you need more than one. You got to have multi... What if, 5 guys want to pedal at the same time and we really get that fountain going? One guy can only take it up that much, Bellamy, but 5 of us could really get it squirting.
That's right.
Well, maybe we should get you in contact with Micah Rottenberg from Argentina.
See if we put one of those in front of one of our buildings.
You can tell him that you've been inspired and that you have some ideas.
get to pedal a phallic pedal, too.
Watch that building catch on fire one day, and this penis is the only thing that can put it out.
And you got some firefighters.
They're tipping it over, holding it.
Yeah, that are biking as fast as they can, trying to get a better angle on the deal. Here's the big, beautiful bill, I guess, explained. I don't know.
Over President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill. Elon Musk once again slamming it. Ryan Nobles is tracking all the developments for us from the Hill. And Ryan, Democrats are also pulling out all the stops tonight to try and delay it.
That's right, Tom. Democrats are offering up a series of amendments to try and slow this process down. But ultimately, it will be up to Republicans to come up with the votes to move this bill closer to President Trump's desk.
I mean, is it touch and go right now?
Well,
is it like,
there's very limited amount of latitude they have. They have so few senators that they can lose, and they have even fewer Congress people they can lose. They almost have to have a pure vote. They may need J.D. Vance to come in and be the deciding
Republicans dashing to deliver President Trump's big, beautiful
bill.
bill.
Now, if this doesn't pass, isn't there going to be like the largest taxation increase ever?
Yes.
Now, does people know that?
Yes.
So, if this doesn't pass, there's some kind of taxation gimmick that kicks in, and this bill stops that.
That's all of Trump's tax changes from 2000. I think it was 16 or 17.
And those get nullified.
They go away.
And at that point,
it hurts the middle class big time.
Bill to his desk by July 4th.
This is the most momentous legislation of my lifetime. This is going to be the largest tax cut for Americans in our history.
But Democrats looking to delay it.
Hold on, what's wrong with tax cuts? What are Democrats and people opposed to this bill? What do they not like about it?
They said it's going to help the rich.
That, and they're trying to say it's going to throw a bunch of people off of Medicaid that lose their health insurance. And what the Republicans' response is, no, we're only throwing off able-bodied people and illegal aliens. The whole idea is to get rid of fraud, waste, and abuse so that Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security can be around for those of us that are citizens and have paid for it.
Well, the people that and Elise and David and older people of our generation that haven't fraudulently came into our country or are illegal immigrants, that Social Security and Medicaid, Medicare continues for those fine people that deserve it.
And there's no additional tax cuts for people who are making a lot of money. There's no new tax cuts like that.
And try to eliminate people that are fraudulently using Medicaid, Medicare. Get rid of those people so that the people that are using it correctly, it can continue.
Correct.
With a so-called vote-a-rama on amendments likely to be voted down. How do you feel about the process so far?
Fetterman from Pennsylvania.
Well, now there's going to be a lot of amendments, and ultimately I'm going to vote no.
And now new criticism from a familiar foe. Elon Musk, who previously apologized for unleashing...
They're gonna pork this thing up and put so many amendments on here that they're gonna make it unpassable.
That's what Elon's upset about.
And people like Fetterman was like, listen, the bill's probably good the way it is now, but they're gonna pork it up, and I'm gonna have to vote no.
Personal insults against President Trump, tonight slamming the Porky Pig Party for insane spending.
Now, who is trying to add all the pork to it?
Well, like I said, the senators are afraid of taking too much of what the entitlements are, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and having that used against them to vilify it. The Congress wants to take more. They want more cost cutting. So it's a combination of how much is okay to cut for costs without being vilified.
Anyone will lose their primary next year if they support it. The White House says Musk is opposing the bill because it takes away electric vehicle tax credits that help his company Tesla.
I haven't spoken to him much, but I think Elon is a wonderful guy, and electric vehicle mandate, the EV mandate is a tough thing for him.
The bill delivers on many of President Trump's campaign promises, including extending the Trump tax cuts and giving billions of dollars for border security, as well as eliminating tax on tips and overtime. But it also makes changes to Medicaid, including imposing work requirements to get benefits.
What's wrong with that?
North Carolina Republican Tom Tillis opposing it.
What do I tell 663,000 people in 2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid?
President Trump said he would support a primary challenge for Tillis, who then abruptly announced he would not run for re-election. The president calling that great news. Do you think there's going to be a lot of changes to the bill over the course of this vote-a-rama?
I don't. I think that there are some improvements and some clarifications that will need to be made. It's the best product that you can produce with the votes you can get.
Most Republicans believe that once Trump makes it clear he wants it done, the votes will come fast. Is President Trump able to come in and close the deal?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's the closer.
You know what's ironic,
Okay, let's pick up right.
Is what they're proposing there were things that Kamala tried to adopt. Remember when we were watching the campaign and we're like, oh my God, that's Trump's idea. No tax on tips. Let's increase the child tax credit. Let's do no tax on Social Security and Medicare. Except now there's a bill, all the Democrats are opposing it. That was supposedly, that was
one of the things
Kamala
she was running on.
Harris's proposals.
Right
But
there,
now they
Ryan.
won't
Could
do
this
it.
last-minute criticism from Elon Musk you mentioned there in the report derail this bill?
Tom, it's unlikely that it will sway any votes in the Senate, but this identical bill still needs to pass the House, and there are a number of skeptical Republicans where Elon Musk could have an impact. Ultimately, though, GOP leaders believe that this bill will ultimately pass.
I think it'll pass.
I sent you what the White House said about the pork, and then Stephen Miller came out and answered about the pork.
Who's Stephen Miller?
The White House Deputy Chief of Staff.
The bald guy that looks like he looks like the
single provision is just one campaign. There's no pork in this.
and God.
Let me do
He looks
words.
like the bad guy with $1 million.
Oh, Austin Powers.
He looks
I'm
like
sorry,
Dr.
He
Evil. He looks like Dr. Evil.
You're like $1 billion. That guy.
Yep.
We'll do that next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
It looks a little bit like.
You think he needs a tan? Answer your question, Scott Sideboard. True. Oh, we got 55.
You're right about that, Grouper Lips. Give him a second, Pippi Short Stroker.
What's up, Bubba's Cankles?
I'm against that too, Heather Spin Instructor, but it's got to be done once more to get to the midterms. That won't happen anymore, Jake.
It's true. Alex Morales. Are you Jay?
So what?
Those big mega churches being in Texas.
Big what?
The big mega churches being in Texas.
No, I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
I think it's a little past what the churches are a little bigger.
I mean,
back-
they've
back in the
accumulated.
day.
Yeah, they've accumulated more like.
I mean, we let the fucking A's score 2 in the ninth.
Yeah.
The fuck.
I think they looked at the numbers a little too much and tried to get a little too conservative and not using their pitchers right. And playing the algorithm or whatever, the fucking bullshit game they play.
I need a fucking nose hair trimmer with an attitude.
It's hard to find a good one of those.
They do. They seem like they just pull. They don't seem like they cut enough.
I need one that like fucking whacks the shit, like it's an absolute weed whacker.
Or what was it? Manscaped had a good one.
Who did?
Manscaped.
I went. That shit
Not
didn't
really.
touch mine.
Yeah,
That
mine
Manscaped one.
did that little. It had like a.
Fairbanks gave up fucking 2 runs.
Yeah.
They should have left Clevenger in there.
So I'm saying I don't. They follow their shit sometimes too closely. Just like the feeling, let that guy go and just see what he does, instead of forcing
Actually,
Fairbanks in there.
Huh. Interesting, Nick. You know, I hate when friends go online and do this to each other. I've never done that to anyone. I would never do that to anyone, especially like the relationship those two guys had.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, first day of the month. Are we gonna hit our 1,000?
Yeah, we'll hit it. We got what, 44 left?
40 minutes. We got 19 minutes left.
Yeah, we'll hulk up.
44 and 19 minutes.
Yeah, we need 44 and 19 minutes. Please. Don't make us look stupid. Lummy, what's this? Obviously the Charlie Kirk show. I'm familiar with Charlie. And they put Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff. Is he on the phone and he's talking about the big beautiful bill?
Yeah, and they asked him about the pork because people said there's pork in the bill, and this is his response.
Now, and are people throwing pork into the bill to screw the bill up? Could there be Democrats or Republicans that aren't Trump-like, that don't like Trump, and you start throwing pork in here, and it just makes it impossible? Like Fetterman, we saw Fetterman says, "I can't. It's so porked up, I can't vote. I'm a vote no." So is that a technique that sometimes the opposing party will do? Is pork it up to get away from the original bill and what it's all about, and you pork it up, and it's just a mess.
Yep.
There's no pork in the bill. The bill's been public for weeks. Every single provision is just one.
I think they should make pork illegal. A bill is just a bill.
We have that in Florida. It's called single subject legislation.
I love it.
Yep.
Campaign pledge, one promise, one campaign vow after another. Right? The only new spending in the bill is to secure the homeland of the United States and save American sovereignty, fully paid for, by the way, by increased visa fees on foreigners. The 2017 Trump tax cuts were rightly hailed as one of the conservatives' great victories. How much greater would we say that victory was if it also included full funding for the border wall? What if it also included full funding for deportation? What if it also defunded transgender surgeries nationwide? What if it also had the first ever endowment tax on America's corrupt institutions of higher learning? What if that bill also had no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security?
Now, is that the pork? So far, I like it all.
Yep.
I like Harvard getting its $50 billion endowment potentially. That our governments give Yale and Harvard and Columbia. They give them free governmental money to the point where I think I think Harvard has. Is it $50 million or $50 billion in cash reserves
in their endowment?
And but they're gonna so if you're a college or a university and you're gonna allow anti-Semitism protest and you can have that. You can have anti-Semitism protests in a little protesting area that we've denoted where all of the protests will go, and don't impede Jewish people getting to class and taking over classrooms. And you can protest the way you're supposed to protest, but if you're a university and you're getting however many free millions of dollars from the government, and you're not going to abide by or protect a certain group of students, and you're going to allow these other protesters to run amok and take over, full-blown, buildings and impede people that are trying to get to class. I, as the president, don't want to give you any free money. I'm not going to reward bad behavior with $50 million endowment dollars. Get out of here. I want to give it to the university that says, you want to go Palestine, river to the sea, yippee-yo, all that, then you know what? See that section over there? That's the protest zone. And you guys can stay in that little area or big area that's out of the way and protest until your little heart's content. But there's not going to be any violence. There's not going to be any spray painting of the walls. There's not going to be any roadblocks that are not allowing students to travel to and from the campus. You're in that area right there. See that right there? In fact, you got to buy a permit to be in that area. You need to be properly permitted, because we have to probably hire a couple of our off-duty campus police to make sure that you don't start doing the stuff that I don't want you to start doing.
You're a hell of a dean, Sponjo.
I have no problem. You want to hate Jews?
Dean
You want to
Sponge.
hate black people? You want to hate white people? You want to hate fat people? We got a protest zone. Protest away. Go get your protest permit and stay in your lane. Get your little megaphone. Get your flyers. Get your scarves.
And keep your flyers.
And what you better not litter.
Don't block traffic.
Don't block my traffic, and don't litter on my lawn, bitch. And don't be blocking in, like halls, various, places where students gather to be taught. Don't be blocking any of that nonsense. We got protest zones. Go use them. Then I'll write you. Then you know what? Then you're going to get your endowment check. But if you're not going to listen to me, and you're not going to do it that way, and you're going to impede students' travel throughout the university and be anti-Semitic and be not responsible. Listen, everybody has the right to protest. Everybody has the right of freedom of speech. But not with violence. Not with, graffiti and defacing of buildings and knocking down statues and
You
things
can't
like
disrupt
that.
people's lives.
No, you can't.
Right.
You can sit on the corner and yell to your heart's content.
What if that bill also created the strongest framework for energy deregulation in American history? Right? What if that bill also created the first ever system for the Department of Defense to be involved in the defense of our sovereign border? In other words, one policy went after another, plus the tax cuts. Nothing like this has ever been done before in the history of the conservative movement. This bill is electric. It is that good. A rational person should be able to say, wow, it is amazing that this bill accomplishes the full tax agenda, the full border agenda, the full immigration agenda, the full energy agenda, large portions of the trans and de-wokifying agenda, large portions of the higher ed agenda, also cancels the Green New Deal, also cancels the student loan bailout, also has the largest welfare reform in history. You can acknowledge all of that, and then if you want to be an even greater fiscal hawk, say, but I'd like to cut more. But to pretend this bill includes pork, there's no pork in the bill. It's been public for weeks. And the only provisions you will find in the bill are campaign promises.
I like it. I ain't got a problem with it.
Let's pass it.
I got a bigger problem with the WNBA and how unfair they are. Bunch of this is the I'm going to close the show with this. I have to go into words. This is the epitome of jealous bitches. You don't see guys acting this way. You don't see the NBA guys acting this way.
I mean, they did vote Tyrese Halliburton the most overrated player in basketball.
Oh, God, but look at the rankings.
Yeah.
Fans versus media versus players for Caitlin Clark.
Yep.
I mean, really?
This is the epitome of a bunch of jealous bitches that are absolutely don't want a white girl to be the most popular girl in the sport. You know what? I don't see Angel Reese on there anywhere.
Oh, I think it's guards.
Oh, is this just guards?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because Angel Reese should be the top of her position.
Whoa, isn't
she's garbage.
Paige Beckers is white, right?
Beckers is white. Sabrina's white. Kelsey Plum's white.
This is just a bunch of jealous. Listen, white girls can hate white girls too now.
I don't think this is just.
There's some white people I hate.
I don't think it's just a white thing. I think people have a disdain for Caitlin Clark. I don't understand why.
It's a jealous thing. And you know what? Let me not make it a white thing because even though it is, it's a jealous thing. They're jealous. Women get so jealous. Like us guys.
Yeah.
If I see Jay has a nicer watch than me, I don't care. I'd be like, man, that's cool. Take a couple bitches out and watch one have a Louis Vuitton and the other one's got a gas purse and see the heat that the Louis Vuitton bitch gets. That's the way women are. That's the way they're wired. They can't help it. They can't help it.
Well,
Us dudes don't care. I don't care that Jay's getting in a Ferrari to go home and I'm getting in a Crown Vic. I don't care. It doesn't make me hate Jay anymore.
Then you already do?
No, makes me love him.
You know who agrees with you, Bubba?
Who?
Dickie V. He says that
Dickie Vitale.
Yeah,
he's
they're jealous.
pretty damn knowledgeable.
Did he really?
What's Stephen A. Smith say?
I don't think he's commented on it.
I'll close the show with this next. Stand by.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
In the fucking league.
No way.
So, do you know, is that Alicia Smith or Alicia Gray girl good?
Yeah.
So she's. I mean, is she arguably a top 3?
Like, Seth, let me ask you a question. If you were to rank these girls,
I can't. But I'll just say that for one thing, Caitlin Clark's not having a great season statistically at all. So I don't. Whether we're voting this year as a whole, whatever it is, like she's barely played this year, and I think she's shooting under 30%. She's shooting 29% from 3-point range.
you know what? I will give you that. She's horrible this year.
Okay. So maybe it's accurate for the performance this year.
Yeah, maybe we're wrong.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like she's missed a good portion of the game. I don't know what this is, but I would imagine that they're. I can't get it.
I would say that this is probably accurate with regards to the way Caitlin's playing this year. This would probably be accurate.
I mean, this isn't the most who's the most popular. This is who's the best guard this year, I guess.
I just would like to know, does anyone know who all 10 of these people are?
No, I know who one of them is.
I think I know. 3. I think I know Skylar, Caitlin, and Sykes. That's all I know.
Bless you.
Thank you. I muffled it with my t-shirt. All right, she's averaging 18 a game, 5 rebounds, 9 assists, and 1.6 steals.
Not Larry Bird numbers.
Last year, though, she's only a point down. She was 19-2 last year. She's 18-2 now.
She also was just named an All-Star captain, so it's not like the WNBA is like putting her in a corner or something. This is just
where she's 5 points down on her 3 points. She was 34.4 last year for the whole entire year. She's 29.5 right now. Field goal percentage, she was 41.7 last year, and she's 39.0 there.
This isn't the first time that some superstar came into a league and everyone in the league hated them. That's happened in every discipline of sports. The golden child comes in and everyone hates on him.
Defensive rebound, offensive rebound. Okay.
Happens almost every year with the first
She's doing better.
quarterback.
She's doing better this year, Seth, on assists and steals. Last year she was 8.4 on the assists. This year she's 8.9. Last year on steals she was 1.3 and she's 1.6. So she's better there on defense.
Iggy, I don't disagree, buddy.
I don't think the answer is really breaking down the stats. I think that she's the most popular person. I don't think that necessarily translates to the best. She eventually will be the best. Right. And I know this is a tough example, but LeBron's the most popular person in basketball, but he's not the best.
No, right.
So, I mean, obviously he's
guy from that motherfucker from Oklahoma, that AGC motherfucker.
AGC is
the
man.
Fucking man. I haven't seen a fucking float midway jumper like that since Michael Jordan. That motherfucker looks so. He plays a lot like Jordan. Is that a close? Is that a?
He's got a great turnaround jump shot. Not a lot of people have mid-range games these days.
He's got that jump shot where he starts and then he flows back and you can't get it.
Fade away.
Yeah.
You're right about that, Pippi, and I think over time she'll just end up getting those points and learn how to deal with getting double teamed on the court.
And I think she's out right now with an injury.
$9.95, 5 more likes, everybody, in 5 minutes. No, I'm not Doug City.
You know, I think's overrated is that Boston chick.
Yes.
Aaliyah Boston?
Yeah, I think she's way over. The bitch misses layups like you wouldn't believe.
Good job, Jerry.
A lot of them do.
That's all right. We got it.
There's a lot of missed. There's a lot of missed layups in WNBA.
Thank you, guys.
Surprisingly, still 3 or 4 missing in an NBA game.
Is Brittany Griner a man?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Clement Kush, sooner than later. I don't know what exact time it's going to be, but it will be sooner than later. It'll be closer to 15 than it would be 40. So just take note of that. The NBA has released a chart that goes along the proof that the WNBA players hate Caitlin Clark. I'm not going to make it a racial thing. I'm just going to make it, Caitlin Clark ranks number 1 with fans, number 3 with the media, number 9 with players. Number 9 with players. That's where the big disparagement is. Meanwhile, the person that ranks number 1 with players is the Alicia Gray girl out of Atlanta. Now, Seth, is she? These are all guards. Is she that much better than Caitlin? Like, I wonder what her stats are. Caitlin's averaging 18.3. Just had her stats up. Do you think her stats are comparable to Caitlin?
She's 19.5 and 4.
Oh, okay. So she's better, points wise. I think Seth said it best. You know, Caitlin's not having the best of years, but this isn't about stats. This is about popularity. And Caitlin Clark is the most popular person by far in the WNBA. And I think
for fans.
For fans. But isn't that what pays the bills?
Sure.
I mean,
but it shows that also there's a lot of people within the league that don't feel that way about her.
Right.
The other players, they rank her top 10 of her position, which is what, top 30 in the league?
So yeah. So like, I don't know. I just think that they don't want to give her flowers to her because she's such a powerful entity. She's an absolute game changer. And, you know, when she plays, she sells out NBA arenas. And when she doesn't play, the team has to usually move to a junior college or a smaller venue when she doesn't play. And she hasn't played quite a bit this year because she's going through this, I think it was a quadricep, some type of leg issue.
There's certainly an argument that Alicia Gray is the best because I'm just looking at the stats that she has, and you know she is the one that won for the South Carolina Gamecocks when they played against each other in the finals. She was selected 4 overall, and she was Rookie of the Year last year. So,
well, I mean, media and players got her at first.
Yep, she got the stats.
You know, fans got her at 7.
I put her at 2 for me.
And Caitlin Clark is number 1 with fans and 9th with players. The players don't like Caitlin for whatever reason.
But this, for whatever this means, this overall score has Caitlin Clark at number 2 in the WNBA.
Right. So, is the All-Star game this weekend?
No, but Caitlin Clark got voted in as a starter, and she is also a captain.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, that's good. Can anybody in the NBA dunk?
WNBA?
Yeah. That's what I mean. Can anybody in the WNBA dunk?
I don't think so.
Couldn't Brittany Griner dunk at one time?
She did dunk, yeah.
Is she a man?
Wow, she sounds like a man.
Oh, my God. You hear her talk, and she got a deeper voice than all of us. And hasn't she cut off her boobs so that she doesn't have to wear a shirt because actually, me and Lummy have bigger boobs than she does.
Yes, a lot bigger.
She actually is more confident in taking her shirt off at the beach than me and Lummy are.
Oh, she's pretty ripped.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she looks.
Is she on
good.
the backside of her career? She's done pretty much, isn't she?
Well, she's been playing for a while, yeah.
She's with Atlanta now. She's been somewhat of a journeyman, has she not?
No, I think she was with Phoenix for quite a long time.
Right. So anyway, there you go. Caitlin Clark is the most hated by players and the most loved by fans. And the fans are the ones that pay the bills. Sorry. Jay, appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Thanks for letting me come in a little early.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm going to tell Dan that you've done way better than him, and we're going to replace him with you. And that'll cause Steven to have to get involved, and it'll be a complete crap show for the whole entire weekend.
Thanks for that.
It'll ruin Dan's weekend. Like Dan, Jay nailed it. He's just got a different feel than you. He's not nearly as abrasive and domineering as you. He's a little bit more of a laid-back, slow play, and we liked it better. So, we're going to just, until further notice, Jay's going to be in here, not you.
Oh, that'll go well.
Would he really be mad? He would tear him up.
He'd be sad.
We will be back in a little bit, probably 15, 20-ish. Lummy, you good?
Yes, sir.
I got to haul ass. I got to get into a suit and do a depot.
Just get on out of here. We'll see you later, buddy.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.